All right, guys, the marathon begins. SEC basketball. Look, all you people in the chat, they forgot about us. We got so many interviews lined up for you guys. We've been trying to pull off all the technical, stuff on this side. So if we're a couple minutes late, it's all right. Okay, this is a marathon. It's not a sprint, Max. People just getting on us already in the chat. So, anyways, we appreciate you joining us. This is going to be something that we've never done before. One of the coolest things we've ever done. The SEC basketball tip-off marathon. Conference play gets started tomorrow, and it's going to be quite an event, Max. As we know, we have so many interviews lined up for you guys. Maybe too many in your mind. This thing's going to be going for hours. So I think you're going to enjoy all the discussions we've had with different people. And we're going to kick this thing off shortly. But, Max, I'll let you kind of command the chat here for a second. If you're hopping in, subscribe button, like button, join the It Just Means More tier, all that good stuff. Leave your super chats, and we're going to have some fun tonight.
Blake, you said it. We've never done this before. I don't know how many live streams we have done, Blake and I. It's probably in the triple digits by now. This is the first one we've ever done where we have no end time. There is no end time to this live stream. We're going to be here as long as you guys are. 3 hours, 4 hours, whatever it may be. We're playing SEC basketball tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow, we're playing SEC. Got to contain myself. I know. Long stream. Everybody's in the chat. We got the usuals here. Zach here, living. We have got the usual, Sam and the gang. Christian, I didn't even know you could fit that many characters into a comment. The fans are ready. I'm ready. Blake's ready. Guys, we have got some of the best in the business coming up for you right here. We've got Garth Glissman, Associate Commissioner. We've got beat writers left and right. We've got assistant coaches. You name it. If they're involved in the SEC community, we've got it for you coming up here.
We do, everyone. And so we're going to quickly jump into this thing. You will see some of these interviews are pre-recorded because, believe it or not, folks, not everybody's spending their Friday nights with us here doing a marathon live stream for hours. So we recorded quite a few interviews. We're going to have some people pop in live as we go throughout this. Will not be Christian Sykes. I can promise you that. So no worries, chat room. Just kidding, Christian. You may be able to hop on later. We'll see. We'll see how the night goes. But all right, we're going to get things started with SEC Associate Commissioner Garth Glissman. We talked to him for about 25 to 30 minutes here. So this will be probably our most lengthy interview you'll see in the marathon tonight. But I promise you it'll be worth it as we talk about the state of SEC basketball, how it's gotten to this point, and all sorts of fun stuff. Again, guys, stay active in the chat. We'll be active with you. Leave your comments, questions, all that. We'll get to everything. We'll be popping in between interviews. We'll be doing live stuff, all that. So here we go, Max. We're going to kick things off with SEC Associate Commissioner Garth Glissman. Guys, we're back on and you can already tell, this is the SEC basketball tip-off marathon. And you heard Oreo, who I'm sure is going to make multiple appearances in Chris's background here. Oreo, the Wonder Dog, doing his thing. But we have SEC Associate Commissioner Garth Glissman back on with us. Garth, we caught up in the summer, and we were talking about how good the SEC could be this season, and we were bringing up all the scheduling tidbits and those things with you. My goodness, maybe even exceeded some of the expectations we had for this league so far. Great to talk to you again.
Blake, Chris, Max, thank you for having me. You guys were early on this. You spotted the SEC's potential, I think, before most. I've been on the job for about 18 months, so you were on the beat before I even arrived, and I'm so thankful for everything that you guys do to help create excitement around SEC men's basketball. And I think the rest of the country is now starting to recognize what you all have known for a while, and that is that SEC basketball is at an elite level. And I think this year we're actually starting to show long-term potential and setting a new standard of excellence in our first year as a 16-member league. It's been an incredibly exciting and fun start to the season. To use your words, we've exceeded expectations so far. There's no way to really forecast the level of success. I knew we'd be good this year as a conference, But when you look at the metrics, it's been historic. I like to use KenPom metrics because there's a lot of historical precedent to measure up against. And so the SEC's KenPom metrics this year, third best of any conference in the last 30 years, behind only the ACC in 1996 and 97 and the ACC in 2003-04. So that provides some historical context around what we're accomplishing this season. Obviously, a lot of folks advance to discussion of what does that mean come NCAA tournament time. The all-time record for most teams in the NCAA tournament from one conference is 11, and that occurred when the Big East was a 16-team league. The highest percentage of teams from one conference to make the tournament is 70%, and that was the Big 12 when it was a 10-team league. Wow. But the big distinction from those prior records is that we've had consolidation in the number of power conferences since then. So when the Big East put 11 teams in the tournament, the Pac-12 was also putting a number of teams in the tournament. The Pac-12 is no longer operating in the same robust state that it was. So those Pac-12 berths have to go somewhere. We think that major conferences are going to take share. You can't predict the distribution of losses once we get into conference play, but we think based on what we've accomplished in non-conference play, combined with the historic precedent, combined with the fact that we've had consolidation of the major conferences, that we're on track to get 12 or more teams in the NCAA tournament come March.
Well, Garth, and that's what I think is interesting. Yeah. Sorry, Chris. I was just going to follow up on that because everybody talked about the shift in SEC basketball, and this was years ago, under the late Mike Slive and the importance of scheduling tougher in the non-conference and those kind of things. And I just think I'm putting out ESPN BPI has got the 16 toughest schedules remaining in the country are all SEC teams, 1 through 16, which it's just, that's unprecedented. Like you could say, well, obviously the power conferences are going to have tougher schedules and all that, but it's unprecedented that 1 through 16 are all the SEC teams. And I think it just shows you that the tougher, and we talked scheduling with you this summer just in terms of the conference schedule, but the overall schedule now, you've done so much work to this point if you're the SEC that now you are in a position where teams have to lose games. Like someone has to finish 1 through 16, but you've done so much work up front that now it gives the league so much more of an opportunity to get more teams in because you're only playing games now against quad 1 type teams, maybe upper quad 2 type games, those kind of things, just based on where the metrics are at this point.
Well, the dynamic that you just described, Blake, we call it a closed loop system. Our non-conference resume is now complete. So we're entering this closed loop system where we are going to start accumulating some losses. That's just the nature of conference play. What we at the conference office cannot predict is how those losses are distributed. We know there's going to be a fixed number of losses between now and Selection Sunday. What we don't know is how those losses will be distributed. Last year we had some variance in the sense that there was some separation at the top and there was some separation at the bottom. This year, you don't know if it'll be a similar distribution. Perhaps there'll be a greater concentration towards the middle of the pack. Those are the types of things that are difficult to forecast. I think ultimately that will probably be the greatest indicator of how many teams we place in the tournament because you just don't know how that's going to break. At this point, we think every conference game will be a quad 1 or a quad 2 game. And that allows our teams the opportunity to build incredible resumes going into Selection Sunday.
Garth, I've got a footnote to that, followed by a kind of a multi-part question. I was looking at KenPom's projected standings 2 days ago. Last place in the SEC is a 3-way tie at 6 wins in the conference. It probably won't shape out that way. Someone always gets somebody hurt, and that's just the nature of things. But I thought that was amazing. As much as we know about the strength of the conference, I think that speaks remarkably to the bottom of the conference as well, and just how strong this league is top to bottom, just to back up what you're saying. But you came here, to the SEC, and was it 2023?
This will be my second season, second academic year, second basketball season. I came in August of 2023, just in time to develop the schedule for last year. So this is my second go around with everything.
Yeah, and I think the arc probably started back whenever Mike Slive, 10 years ago or whatever it's been now, made the "we need to get better in basketball" push. So you're kind of coming in this at the more towards the upper reaching portion.
I'm riding
of the
coattails.
arc. I'm
riding coattails of Commissioner Slive, Commissioner Sankey. I will say, to give Commissioner Sankey credit, when he took over as commissioner, only 3 teams made the NCAA tournament in that particular year. So you look at the growth of the conference since Commissioner Sankey took over as commissioner. It's an incredible growth story since then, and he has a great passion for basketball. And so certainly the SEC took off in a number of ways under Commissioner Slive, but I think it's important not to overlook the growth that has occurred during Commissioner Sankey's tenure.
Well, let's not slight what you've done, because I think the hardest thing sometimes is once you're up there getting to that next step. And you guys, I mean, I say that it really has taken off this year. Obviously, a lot of ball to come. But what I want to ask you, from the perspective of the conference office, I know you're working with people that have been in that office decades, or at least been in the SEC footprint for a long time. What has it been like for those people to watch what the SEC has done in basketball here this year? And like, if you have an anecdote or anything that would be interesting to that conversation, I'd love to hear it.
Well, I joke with my wife that I don't deserve any credit for the SEC's success in men's basketball, but I do deserve credit for being a good, quote unquote, stock picker. And what I mean by that is I knew how to pick a good stock, right? When I signed up to come work for the SEC, I could truly see the momentum that was underway. Again, you can't necessarily forecast specific success metrics, but I could see where the SEC was headed from a macro standpoint. And to answer your question, Chris, about the evolution of SEC men's basketball, part of why I am genuinely so appreciative of the work that the 3 of you do is because you are helping to create excitement around SEC basketball. You've seen potential in this sport, in this conference, before others. And I think that you and your listeners and fans would agree that SEC basketball is a lot of fun. It allows SEC fans to harness all of the passion and tradition that has been on display for decades in SEC football. And then with basketball, you can continue to root for your school. You can continue to enjoy the SEC's iconic rivalries after football season and then carry that into the spring. And then all of a sudden baseball, takes it from there. So while I don't deserve any of the credit for our success, and I'll deflect that credit to our coaches, players, Commissioner Sankey, and my predecessors in the conference office, what I do think is my job is to be a cheerleader and to lean into people like you that have helped tell the story long before I arrived, and just help people understand that, hey, in a crowded sports and entertainment landscape where folks have limited discretionary time and income, that we want to work really hard for your business. And we think that we have a compelling product. And when you watch SEC basketball, or you spend a Tuesday or Wednesday night or a Saturday to go to an SEC basketball game, we think that you and your family and friends are going to have an incredible time. Great atmosphere, great traditions, great coaches, great players, big personalities. It's a compelling product. As you know, I came from the NBA league office. I was in that league for 7.5 years, and I'm relatively new to the SEC. I never lived within the footprint before taking this job, and I've just been blown away by how much fun this league is. And now men's basketball is doing its part to allow our fans to continue their fandom after football season ends.
Garth, speaking of being blown away, the SEC goes 14-2 in the ACC SEC Challenge. Absolutely incredible result, regardless of the year the ACC is having. I was just kind of wondering your thoughts on the fantastic result of that challenge and kind of what that could mean for the SEC in these conference challenges moving forward.
We have great respect for the ACC, Max. I started with talking about the historic nature of our non-conference season. And so at the risk of repeating myself, the only two conferences in history that have metrics better than ours, let's say conference seasons, they're both ACC seasons, right? ACC in 1996 and 97, ACC in 03, 04. Those are the only seasons from any conference in college basketball history since Ken Palm started ranking conferences, which is over 30 years ago, that have performed better than the SEC to date. And I start there because for folks who are in the region, and obviously there's some overlapping geography between the SEC and the ACC, there's such an appreciation for what the ACC means to college basketball and its history. And so when we talk about our showing in the SEC ACC Challenge, when we talk about why we entered into that challenge in the first place, it starts with an appreciation for what the ACC means to college basketball. So I want to start there. Our record against power conference, we're over 500 this year against every power conference. That's an incredible metric. You look at our record in quad 1 and quad 2 games, by far and away the best of any major conference. Over 500 in quad 1 games, the only major conference that can say that. So, as it relates to the challenge, I think more than anything that was helpful for us from a national perception standpoint, because a lot of people who follow the sport don't know the metrics like the three of you and your fans and listeners. You do such a good job of educating your fans on the metrics. That's why, I recommend everybody following you on X. I'm constantly seeing your posts on X, and the data is incredible. But the reality is most fans are following the sport a little more casually. And so in the back of their mind, they think of the SEC as a football school. They think of the SEC as a football conference, and they think of the ACC as a basketball conference. And so when you see a 14-2 record in the challenge, I think it's startling to the casual fan and eye-opening. And so I think back to some of the text messages that I got from some of my former NBA colleagues who live in the New York area, and it was eye-opening for them. And not to say that in the SEC we expected a 14-2 showing, but we expected to be elite this year. Exactly what, in what form that would take, you never know. So I think more than anything, having a performance like that in the SEC ACC Challenge is helpful in terms of the national perception and sending a signal nationally that the SEC is much more than just a football conference.
All right, Garth, we're going to wrap up with the injury reports. And Max, I'm going to pull this up on the screen because I just think this is Max has been talking about this. Garth, he couldn't sleep last night. Max was telling me how much he loved the visual of these things. And so you sent this to us. You're seeing it on the screen, folks. We're recording this on Thursday, as we said. This will be pre-recorded. You're watching it on the marathon stream now. But, this is the availability report, the injury report for the women's games that are going to take place. And so you'll have the men's, as Garth will tell you, here on the show. So either you've already gotten the link to that, we talked about it. But, this thing is this is incredible because, again, you can scroll down, you can see the status for players and, kind of how the SEC has it on the website here. And again, it'll look the same for the men's. We'll share it on the stream as well. But Garth, this is, you talked about it. Again, you mentioned this summer when we talked, but this is an unbelievable development because I just think this is fantastic to really have a great feel of, again, what you're going to get going into these games. And I know you were talking about it on Twitter, you're going to have the initial report, which I think is 7 p.m. Central the night before each game. Players will either be available, probable, questionable, doubtful, or out. And then you're going to have the game day update, which has to be in 2 hours before tip-off, where, again, you'll know, is the player available? Is it a game time decision, or is that player out? And so this is a tremendous resource.
Well, thank you, Blake. And you hit the specifics correctly. There's going to be 2 reports leading up to every SEC men's and women's basketball game. The initial report the night before, the game day update, which is 2 hours before tip. That's all going to be publicly available and hosted on the conference's website. And we're also working with our communications group to blast that out on official SEC social media channels. And so we'll work with the 3 of you and your team to make sure that all of our fans know how to access that content. You can access it on the website. I think most fans will probably access it on X, and the beat writers will take screenshots and put some context around the availability reports for their particular teams. But I think there's 2 advantages to our availability reporting system. Number one is the transparency that it provides, and ultimately that protects student athletes and it protects the integrity of competition. Everyone who follows sports in now 2025 understands that sports betting has become pervasive. It's just a fact of life. And folks are also aware of how, in unfortunate circumstances, that perhaps can jeopardize the integrity of competition if people in my position aren't doing everything to try to make sure that everything is transparent and on the up and up. So by putting this information out to the general public in a systematic and transparent manner, what we're doing is we're eliminating the value of inside information. Without this information, there's demand potentially to try to penetrate a team, figure out if a student athlete is available or not, and then for a rogue actor that was able to access that information, they could actually make money on the betting markets if they have inside information that other people don't. It's kind of like, insider trading in the stock market. That's why it's illegal. And so our goal in putting out this information in a transparent manner is that once everybody has access to it, a rogue actor no longer has the same incentive to try to create or access that information on their own. And so that protects our student athletes and it protects the integrity of competition. The other benefit is when you think about the NFL, which is in terms of TV viewerships and revenue, the most popular sport in the United States. One of the things the NFL has done so well is they've turned their sport into a year-round sport. And there's the games are obviously the biggest draw, but in addition to the games, you have all this other content, including micro content, that allows fans of the NFL to engage continuously with the sport. So what am I talking about when I say micro content? Well, micro content is a player's injury status in the NFL. Is the starting quarterback or the starting receiver going to be able to play in the game on Sunday? And so that creates opportunities with engagement with fans for engagement throughout the week. And we're trying to do the same thing in the SEC. We have incredible fan support in the SEC. People want to engage with our sports in multiple ways. And now with this public availability report, fans have more information than ever before. It allows our fans to access and engage SEC football, men's and women's basketball, and baseball in the spring in a new and unique way that we think will be good for overall engagement.
Garth, I could be wrong here, but I have to ask. I feel like when we talked with you in the summer, there was some sort of mention of flex scheduling with the SEC schedule. Am I remembering that completely wrong, or was there something to do with flex scheduling here in the conference play?
There is some flex scheduling that happens within the context of the assignment of game times and TV networks. But that we try to limit that because flex scheduling, I shouldn't say we try to limit it. We try to approach flex scheduling with the appropriate balance. And the reason why I say that is flex scheduling is good for fans who consume the product on TV because it allows the conference and our TV partners at Disney/ESPN/the SEC network, which is all part of the same Disney family, to optimize for the for the best TV windows and network assignments. So the reason that you have flex scheduling is to optimize for TV viewers. The downside to flex scheduling is it's hard on those folks who are going to watch the games in person, because we all know, folks have lives, and depending on what time a Saturday game is, you may or may not need a hotel the night before, the night after, may impact childcare needs and so on. So it's a delicate balance. It kind of depends the lens through which you consume SEC men's basketball as to where you stand. Most of our fans are consuming the product through TV. And so that's why we think that flex scheduling is good. But it's something that we have to do in a measured fashion, because you don't want to disproportionately burden or make life too difficult for the fans who are going to watch games in our incredible venues.
Garth, I guess we'll finish with this one. I've been amazed to see the spike in interest. I mean, it was hard to get fans at some of these schools to come to games and be interested after football was over. I look across arenas. I'm seeing a lot of butts and seats, a lot of places. I'm sure you're seeing that in TV ratings too. It's just amazing in the pre-conference portion, just seeing the interest in SEC basketball rise. What kind of trends are you seeing there with attendance and TV ratings?
Well, the SEC has a lot of what I would call macro factors that are creating tremendous momentum around the conference as a whole. And since I'm new to the region, I think that maybe I'm uniquely suited to notice some of these trends and speak on them. Whereas if you're living in the southeastern part of the country and maybe you don't fully appreciate it. So let's start with the economic activity in the southeastern part of the country. All macro level economic indicators suggest that the Southeast is on fire. And you look at GDP of the southeastern states and compare that to other parts of the country, the Southeast may soon become the most important economic region in our country, even more so than the Northeast. That historically, when you think about the New York City, Philadelphia, Boston corridor, that's historically been the most important economic region in our country. There's some data to suggest that the Southeast may soon replace the Northeast in terms of macro level GDP. That is manifested in terms of the enrollment at our schools. We are nationally in a state of crisis in higher education, and that is manifesting itself in negative enrollment trends, sadly, in a lot of colleges and universities throughout the country. But the exact opposite is happening in the Southeastern Conference. At almost every SEC school, year after year, we're setting enrollment trends. I'm fortunate that I get to travel at every SEC campus every year. And every time I travel to an SEC campus, it seems like there's another dorm or two being built. We just had another year of freshman enrollment records, and so we got to build another dorm. So the SEC is uniquely positioned because of these macro factors, the economic activity, the enrollment trends. There's just so much reason to be bullish about the conference in every way. And of course, men's basketball benefits from that. So that's macro, Chris. Now, focusing a little more micro, but tied to the macro, is that what has happened in recent years is you've seen a shift in the level of financial support that SEC schools have deployed to men's basketball. And so the first way that manifested itself was in the coaching, and the investments in coaching. So we have elite coaches in our conference. We have 6 head coaches in our conference that at some point in their career as a head coach have led a team to the Final Four. Outside of that 6, we have some coaches that have led a program to the Elite 8, and then some other coaches maybe haven't been that far in the NCAA tournament, but guys like Todd Gould and Mark Byington, widely regarded as up-and-comers, guys who are going to be the face of the sport, for the next 10 to 20 years. So we're fortunate. I think we have the best coaching of any conference in the country, and that it takes financial resources to make that happen. You also look, a number of SEC schools have upgraded their basketball facilities over the years, whether it's the game arena, the practice facility, or both. The SEC is unique in the sense that we have some historic venues where you're still trying to kind of maximize for attendance. So Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky come to mind. Those are arenas where you're able to put 20,000 fans or more in the seats. And then there's some of the more traditional, or I should say new age arenas where the in-arena attendance is smaller, but everything's brand new and it has all sorts of creature comforts, like first class lounges, fast Wi-Fi, and it creates a great fan experience, almost like you're at a sports bar. And so Auburn and Ole Miss and the University of Texas come to mind in terms of some of these new age venues. And so just like everything else, there's just such a beautiful variety in the SEC in terms of we have a little bit of something for everybody, and our arenas are that way as well. And then, lastly, I would say, Chris, it's no secret that for the last 3 years or so, that money has been able to flow in the form of NIL to student athletes. And SEC schools, and because of some of those macro factors, are well situated to benefit from the changing landscape in NIL. And so our schools deserve credit and their fans deserve credit for the NIL support that our student athletes have in men's basketball. But it's not just dollars. That's not alone going to guarantee success, because when you look at the NIL discussion is often tied to the transfer portal. There hasn't been a conference in college basketball that has used the transfer portal more effectively than the SEC in recent years. So look at a guy like Dalton Connect. He's a transfer from Northern Colorado. Now, there were a number of high major schools, including high major schools outside the SEC, that were interested in recruiting Dalton. But Tennessee deserves credit for landing him. And certainly nobody predicted Dalton to be the SEC player of the year, a first-round pick, and now a rotational player with LeBron and Anthony Davis. People thought he was going to be a good player, but not that good. Janai Broome is another guy. Starts his career at kind of a low to mid-major school. He's right now the favorite to be the national player of the year. Chaz Lanier, another player, spends 4 years at North Florida. Tennessee does a good job of evaluating what he can be in their system, and he's perhaps en route to being the best transfer this season. And so if you look at some other high major programs that do have financial resources at their disposal in other conferences, they've been able to attract highly regarded transfers that were highly coveted in the transfer portal. And there's a lot of, obviously public discussion as to, what it costs to land some of those players. But where the SEC, I think, is, and our coaches have been particularly effective, is we've been really judicious in our evaluations of key transfers in the transfer portal. And when you talk about guys like Dalton Connect, Janai Broome, Chaz Lanier, these are guys that have been instrumental in their team's high-level success in SEC men's basketball play in recent years. So it's a lot of factors, Chris. I don't know if you expected me to answer your question by getting into discussion of macroeconomic data and enrollment trends, but to me, it's all part of it. And that's kind of why I said earlier, I don't deserve any credit for the SEC men's basketball success, but I do feel like, I was a pretty good stock picker, and that I saw what was happening in the Southeastern Conference. I saw the potential, and and obviously Commissioner Sankey's leadership speaks for itself. And I said, sign me up. And so it's been an incredible run for the last 18 months. I'm just so proud to be a part of the conference. And I think from a men's basketball standpoint, we're actually just starting to show what we're capable of going forward.
Yeah, well, Garth, don't let Chris kid you. He loves the macro and the micro and the enrollment trends and all that. Don't let him kid you on that. But listen, I would just to add to that as we wrap up here, like, you guys hear it from us all the time on these videos we do every day, and like we're telling you like what we think the state of SEC basketball looks like. There was a half hour of exactly what it looks like, and again, this is coming from the conference level with Garth and everything they do to push forward SEC basketball. And now we head into Saturday where every team that is playing has 10 or more wins. You have multiple top 25 matchups. Garth, tremendous stuff. I know you're looking forward to it. We're excited. It's why we're doing this marathon stream And we always appreciate your support of our work.
Hey, the last thing I would say, Blake, Chris, Max, I learned from you guys. I think, for me, X is a great platform to consume content. You know that I'm engaging with your content. And one thing that I would say to your, fans and supporters of SEC men's basketball is I don't claim to have all the answers. I'm trying to learn from you guys. I'm trying to learn from fans of the SEC. And so, sometimes on social media, things can get a little carried away, a little too heated. X is probably not the best platform to discuss officiating right after your favorite team lost a close game. But generally speaking, X is an incredible platform for me to learn more about the SEC, to learn from people like you who have this historical perspective. So just know that I'm going to continue to learn from your content and continue to engage with your content. And to your fans and listeners, know, hey, I'm accessible on X. I want to learn from you. If there's things that you think that we can do better, please bring it to my attention. Don't claim to have all the answers, but what I can claim, or what I can promise, is they're always trying to listen, learn, and ultimately get better.
All right, there you go. SEC Associate Commissioner Garth Glissman, who was talking everything you could possibly want about SEC basketball. And I know Sam Smith, happy in the comments, I made the joke about how Chris loved the macro and the micro. Chris was ready for that the entire time. But I hope what you took away from that was that, again, you hear us talking about this all the time with SEC basketball. This is coming from the SEC Associate Commissioner for basketball, right? And you see all the things that continue to trend in the right direction for SEC basketball. And I mean, just tremendous stuff, tremendous resource. Again, man, you guys wonder why we're so excited. Like, this is why. Like, everything this kind of season has been building up for years, and you heard it from Garth on why that is, all the things that are kind of playing out in the SEC. So,
yeah, it was awesome. We got a few chats we got to get to,
okay.
Blake here.
Let's do that.
I don't know what order you want.
Quickly, I'm sorry.
We got a bunch.
Big Pat's in the building. Big Pat's been trying to get me on Twitter all day to get him on this stream. We'll see, Pat. The night is young, okay? It's a marathon. It may be 1 a.m., and we're saying, you know what? Get him on in here. So we'll find out. But, Max, I'm going to let you pull up some other stuff. Our next guest we will announce shortly. But, Max, go ahead and pull up some stuff. We've got Start, all that good stuff, and we'll get it going.
Yeah, well, first, Gary had me and Blake crying, laughing in the background. This was great. This was one of the best comments. Class from Gary. Go South Carolina. What a comment. Like and subscribe, everybody. Thank you, War Eagle. We got a super chat. $5 super chat. Thank you, Flying Vine. $5. Can't wait for the season to start. Any early picks for SEC Freshman of the Year? It's heated convo, heated debate in the comments. Give me all the boogie stock. Woo pig. Keep up the great work. Thank you.
Quick picks, guys.
Chat. Quick picks.
Who is it?
I'm gonna say Jeremiah.
That's tough. Asa Newell.
Nice. Nice.
I'd probably go with him too right now. But Boogie Flan was my pick for SEC Freshman of the Year, so I might stay with him too. We might just stay there.
Trey Johnson.
So we'll find out. All right, Max, before we do this real quickly, we're about to get into our interview with Mississippi State assistant coach Scott Padgett. Yes, that's Scott Padgett, now coaching with Chris Jans there in Starkville. Quickly, BetOnline continues to be the world's, trust me, we're going to be flying through some of these ad reads tonight. World's most trusted betting platform and your source for online betting. We're about 30 minutes late on this one. From the earliest odds to in-game live betting, BetOnline provides you with all the action, the ability to watch the games as they happen. Largest selection of odds on everything from football, the NBA, college basketball, NHL, UFC. This is going to be the fastest ad read ever. Head to BetOnline today. Don't forget, use that promo code BELIEVE, BLEAV, for your welcome bonus on your first deposit. BetOnline, the game starts here. Oh, my goodness.
That was amazing.
Holy cow.
You know what else starts here? Hell State starts here. We got Landon.
Here we go.
We got
ready?
Eli. We got Carlos.
Here we go.
The boys are ready.
Here we go. All right, folks. Our conversation with Mississippi State assistant coach Scott Padgett. Chris, I know you just jumped on, so here's what we're going to do. We're all hopping off, Chris. We're going to remove ourselves from the chat stream, and then we're going to play the video. So, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Scott Padgett. As the SEC basketball tip-off marathon continues, we welcome in Coach Scott Padgett of Mississippi State Bulldogs. And Coach, I'm going to start with this one. Obviously, we're going to talk about the Bulldogs, but you having the background in the SEC that you do, everybody knows I've been putting out just these ridiculous stats about the league to this point this season. How have you seen this league evolve to the point to where we're literally looking at an unprecedented start for this conference?
Well, I mean, I feel like it's over the years obviously gotten a lot better each year, but this year seems to be obviously the high point that it's ever been. I remember, when I was in school, we had some really good teams. Florida made a Final Four, Arkansas won a championship, and Mississippi State obviously, went to a Final Four. We had some really good teams, but not all good in the same year.
Yeah.
I felt like when I was in school, us in Arkansas were probably good every year. And then every other team had a good year during the time I was there, but probably not 4 or 5 good years. They probably had a year or 2. And so right now, just having so many teams playing at such a high level, it's going to make for a very interesting conference season. But it's going to make for literally a war every night kind of situation in conference. And, it could very well happen, but I'd be shocked if you had one of those 17-1 champions this year. There's going to be a lot of people are going to get beat up on by other people in the league.
I know one of the things we talked about kind of heading into the season, I know Coach Jans talked about this, was, you guys were going to play a little different this season because of the roster construction, and you're playing a little more up-tempo, and we've seen kind of that, how the chemistries come together with the guards and all of this, and you guys are, I've put out the numbers. I mean, I think it's top 15, top 10 still in assist to turnover ratio, top 15 in offensive efficiency, and those kind of numbers so far. How have you guys just seen, that chemistry continue to build between kind of that backcourt and really just the overall picture as you've sort of changed a little bit in terms of the way you guys play offense now?
Well, a lot of it, we have a totally different makeup. We were a post-oriented offense before with Tolu, obviously a great player, so we played through him a lot. But we've added a lot of pieces of guys that can not just make a shot, but they can also play off the bounce and make plays for others. And what's been great about them is their just willingness to share the ball. We over the course of the game, we don't take a lot of bad shots and we take care of the ball. And so our efficiencies went way up because we work for great shots and we don't turn the ball over. The three's a little better for us. I mean, we're around 35%, and we were 32 and the year before, all time embarrassing, worse than the country low. But we do shoot the three more and make more of them, but it's not the end all be all. We still have a good job of guys sharing that ball. We do a good job cutting. And so within being a perimeter-oriented team, we still get a lot of shots at the basket to help our efficiency as well. So it's just been a good group to coach because, usually you bring in all these guys who average double figures here and there and everywhere, and they all want to be the guy, and they've all been willing to share the ball.
Coach, it's no question Josh Hubbard is a special talent. But what I'm interested about also is kind of what he does maybe behind the scenes or just in his game that I'm not seeing that makes other players around him so much better. We've seen Riley Kugel with some of his best offensive numbers of his career. Same with Claudell Harris, best offensive numbers that he's put up. What is it about Hubbard, or is it maybe just this, what you were just saying, kind of the whole new scheme and everybody buying in? But just I'm noticing how these guards around Hubbard are putting up the best numbers of their careers right now.
Well, I think one thing with Hub is he's the guy on the scouting report that everybody focuses on. And, what he's great about, and that's he's selfless in that we'll run some plays that maybe he's a decoy on, but because he's him, people still give him a lot of attention, which opens things up for other guys. The thing that I think he's done the best this year, because he could always score the ball and shoot the ball and all those things, but he's a 4.2 to 1 assist turnover ratio, and he's starting to understand and learn the reads of the ball screen game, or when we just get into drive and kick, he's starting to understand those reads and everything now, which you expect. It's his second year in college. The first year, he had came out as a scorer, natural scorer, and he could go do those things. But now he's really learned to add that to his game, which also makes everybody around him better. And again, he's got the target on him, which again helps other guys get some higher efficiency looks.
Coach, one thing I'm always fascinated by, and it's as we've noted many times, every SEC team enters conference play this year with 10 or more wins, just an absurd number. But it's like looking at the losses too. Like, you guys have lost one game, and it was that Butler game on November 29th. But then what I found so fascinating was you come back 5 days later and you beat just a really good Pitt team, by 30-something points. And I'm curious, what you guys as a staff, and certainly you see your players kind of develop after something like that, where you face your first little bit of adversity on the season in a game like that against Butler. Then you come back and have just one of your best performances of the season. What did you kind of see from that game, and maybe what your guys took away to where now they've continued to use that over this past month, and that certainly now gets you ready for the start of SEC play?
Well, I think first off, that's when you learn a lot about your team, is when you have that adversity, right? How do you respond to that? How you have that bad night, and how do you come back and respond? Do you have a great week of practice? Do you hang your head? And our guys did, like, leading the Pitts, like, you can't ever go out and say it, but like, knew you were going to win going into the game because of how locked in our guys were. But it's one of those things. We learned some things that maybe Butler ran against us that maybe exploit some things. So we learned we saw those things, and now we've learned how we want to guard them differently and take those actions away. And it was a good job by Butler of, preparing and having things, and obviously you can do all those things. If you don't make the shots, it doesn't matter. And they made shots during the game. And we also learned, that when we play a really good team, like, you can't go through and think you're going to just turn it on at some point in the game. Like, we were scoring early in the game fairly easy, and we thought we were just going to go score, and they made an adjustment. We had a lull, and next thing you know, you're down 10 and you're playing from behind, and you got to come out there and you got to give your best effort from the get-go if you want to be, and that's what we're about to come into for 18 games, and not counting, non-conferences. We can't take plays off. This SEC is just too tough, so you can't take plays off. And I think we learned that from the Butler game.
Yeah, Coach, you mentioned him earlier, Tolu Smith, clearly just a force, right? One of the best bigs the past few years in the SEC year after year. I admittedly, coming into this season, had my doubts about the front court. I wanted to give you some time to highlight Kashawn Murphy, his progress, maybe what he did in the offseason to get to this point, because I don't think he's getting the national attention that he should be for what he's doing right now for this team. We've been trying to give him all the shine we can, and I kind of want to reiterate that here.
Well, Keyshawn is like one of those guys. He's another son for me. Keyshawn, growing up in Birmingham, I was a coach at Sanford at the time, and he played AAU with my son going back to 5th grade. So I've known him forever. So he's that kid you just want to do so well because you just known him for so long. I will say this. A year ago, we went to Portugal before the season, and leading into that, Keyshawn was playing like you see now. He was playing awesome, and he broke his foot. And by the time he came back, he's way behind, like having to play catch up the whole year. And you saw moments of it, last year, but not necessarily able to sustain it. And I think his number one thing is he comes every day to work and try to get better, and he's consistent. And that's what he's been on the court, is just consistent. And, to be his size, to be able to pass the ball like he does, he rebounds in traffic. He can go out on the floor and he can shoot a three, or he can take you off the bounce, and he's got mid-range and he's got post up. He's just got so many tools. Yeah. And I really do believe like he's kind of just touching the surface, because I think his confidence as the games go by and he keeps playing well and playing more and stuff like that, I think his confidence just is going to skyrocket, and you're going to see even, down the road, an even better player than we're seeing right now.
Coach, I'll ask you about South Carolina because I know Max wants to talk about Cam Matthews, and our thousands of viewers and listeners know that there's everything synonymous with him. Max Barr and Cam Matthews. There's nothing he loves more than talking about Cam, so I'll give him the floor to do that.
I
But
like
obviously,
to talk about him too.
well, exactly. So I'll give both of you guys the floor to do that. You host South Carolina tomorrow. Again, a team that has really also kind of turned it on here of late. Got that great win against Clemson a couple weeks ago. Certainly, when you look at this team, a lot of people will look at just the continued development of a guy like Colin Murray-Boyle as one of the best front court players in the SEC. What stands out with this matchup with the Gamecocks there tomorrow at the Hump?
Well, I mean, individual piece, obviously, he does. He's really, really talented, can score the ball, can do things off the bounce, can do things in the post. And then with all that, he can really, really pass the ball for a big guy. So he presents a lot of challenges for your defense. I think the thing that always stands out, and I coached against Lamont when he was at Chattanooga,
Yep.
and all his teams, you have to go beat them. Like, they never beat themselves. They're well coached. They're fundamentally sound. They're fairly aggressive, but at the same time they're aggressive without being over aggressive, getting out of control. And they put a lot of pressure on you offensively to be able to make plays. But just they're just one of those teams you got to go beat them. They're not going to beat themselves.
Okay, Coach. So
All right, Max,
you probably
go
have
for it.
no idea. Probably have no idea. But I do a bully ball thing. I do a whole bully ball award thing. Cam Matthews won the bully ball award last year. He's preseason bully ball player of the year this year. We have a bunch of fans that love his stuff. I was kind of wondering. I mean, obviously we know Cam Matthews is Cam Matthews and what he does on the court. What I was kind of wondering is, how special is he to this team off the court? Maybe in practice, maybe in the offseason, maybe when you guys go down by 5-10 points and you're in the huddle in the timeout. To me, from watching so much of you guys the past few years, it seems like as important as he is on the court, he might be even more off.
I think first thing with Cam is, to me, he's the voice of the Bulldogs. Like when it's not a coach, he's the coach on the floor. Like he's done it, for so long, and he literally could coach what we do. He could go he could finish this year and be on our staff next year. He knows the stuff so well. I think that he's also the guy who picks people up. If they're struggling, he picks them up. If somebody needs to get a foot in their tail, like he's the guy to do that too. So he's that just total leader of our program. And what's great about Cam, especially in the day of, and I'll say it, of NIL, where stats matter so much, he dominates games and he doesn't even think about scoring. That doesn't mean he can't, but he gets downhill, he gets in the paint. If you come over to help, I'm going to find the open man. If he gets down the paint, you don't come over to help, I'm going to dunk on your head. But his mindset is just to make the winning play. Mm-hmm. If somebody cuts through the lane, he's stripping the ball. We need a big rebound, he's going to get, he makes winning basketball plays at all times. And, he could have 2 points and dominate a game because he's going to get 9 rebounds, 6 assists, and 4 steals, and a block. And he's going to dive on the floor for the loose ball. That's the big play to flip the game. That's what's special about him, is that, in the day where everybody's trying to get more stats because it gets more money, he's just trying to get more W's.
Coach, we appreciate you joining us. I know for someone, like I said, yourself, who's been around SEC basketball a long time, we're trying to do this, well, we are doing this live here, this marathon stream before the opening day of SEC basketball play. And I'm like, this reminds me of the Midnight Madness days where you're, tipping off the season, everybody's excited, but now it's like, this isn't the start of the season. This is the start of an unprecedented year in SEC basketball. So we appreciate you joining us. Best of luck tomorrow, and hopefully we'll catch up with you again soon.
No problem. It's great being on here with you guys, and enjoy this war you're about to see of this SEC.
All right, there you go, Scott Padgett, Mississippi State's assistant coach. Max, I know you were just in love with the Cam Matthews question, and I thought that was some of your best work, to be honest with you. But
What an answer, too. What an answer.
Tremendous. Tremendous.
I mean, I was definitely
really
fishing
was.
for an answer like that, but I didn't know that's what the hook, line, and sinker was going to get me. Cam Matthews, you heard it. The coach on the floor. The committee is just loving it.
Tremendous. Matt, okay, let's get this very clear, folks, okay? Matt, you may have joined late. We said some of these interviews are going to be pre-recorded because, as I mentioned, there are almost 1,100 of you watching this right now. Like, this is unbelievable on a Friday night, but you're ready for SEC basketball tomorrow. Some of these are pre-recorded. We have no choice because not everybody is sitting here watching this on a Friday night. And so Scott Padgett and many other coaches are out there preparing for the game tomorrow and the start of SEC play. Unbelievable year it's going to be, as we know. So, yes, we have a lot of people watching, so some of these are pre-recorded. So we do the best we can. We'll have some live interviews coming up here shortly, don't worry. But some of these are pre-recorded. Max, I'm going to let you man the comments here for a second. Leave your thoughts, leave your comments, hit the like button. There's 1,100 of you in here. If you're watching it, if you're excited for SEC basketball tomorrow, hit the like button. Chris, your thoughts on anything to this point?
How cool was it we had Scott Padgett on the show? He played for some of those awesome Kentucky teams in the mid to late 90s where that was a dynasty. So that was kind of neat. I'm sorry I couldn't be part of that today. And, of course, Max was going to get in a Cam Matthews question. But I loved his answer talking about how he can coach, too. I mean, that's just kind of what he is. He does a little bit of everything. So, like, it should have surprised me that he said that.
Yeah, and I really liked his answer too on Josh Hubbard, how he's become more of just a scorer and how he can get into the lane and dish out and create for others, and just kind of his development year to year here. In the comments, I believe I can't pin down a specific one, but there was a little bit of chatter, Chris, honestly, on a topic that you may be even better suited to talk than I am, talking about how many teams in the SEC would get into the tournament. I've seen 8, I've seen up to 12. I was wondering kind of where you feel on that.
It's premature. I just don't think you really know what you're. I mean, I've done this bracket thing and I've piddled with it here and there, and what it looks like in January. Like some of these teams haven't even gotten that you're seeing in brackets haven't even gotten a quality win yet. That's going to be of a team that's in the NCAA tournament other than maybe a 15 or 16 out of a one-bit league. So you're just going on Ken Pom and Evan Maya and that stuff. And I just, as much as I like my analytics, it's just hard for me to tell until you get good on good and great on great. We don't have that enough yet. If you believe the computers, if you believe your eyes, I think it feels like 9 or 10 at a minimum. Could they get 12? The 13 feels like a reach. I think that it could happen, but I want to see, because the weight of the league is going to crush somebody or somebody's, right? There may be a good team in here that we're like not even thinking about missing the tournament, that hits a skid, loses 5 or 6 in a row, gets an injury. That's the kind of thing I'm a little bit concerned about, but it feels like the league, as we've said, is as good as it's ever been. So I'm waiting to see. Now it's as Garth said, it's a closed loop now. There's no more out of the league games. There's not a middle of the year SEC on somebody challenge. So it's what damage does the conference do against itself?
Yeah.
Incredible. All right, so we're about to get to another interview. This one's pre-recorded as well. Here's what we're trying to do, guys. We're just giving you our strategy. We're trying to really knock out these pre-recorded interviews, okay? Because we're going to talk to you guys for a while. We're just going to get some of these knocked out. We have quite a few of these. It's a marathon, as we said, not a sprint. So we're going to get to all your stuff. Quickly, shout out to Jeff. Hey, thanks for the comments, Jeff. Go Gators. Don't worry, Jeff, 20 minutes from now, we have a Gators representative coming on. Wait for that one, 20 minutes after this next interview. Zach is waiting for Chad Baker-Mazzara. Zach, if you can get in contact with Chad Baker-Mazzara and he wants to come on with us, he has an open invitation. So you let him know. We're available. We're here all night. So that's fine. Some of you are looking for Bruce Pearl. All right? We'll see what we can do. I don't know if we're going to get Bruce on tonight, but we'll see what we can do. All right? And we'll get to a bunch of other stuff as well. But before we do that, we're going to jump into our next interview here on this one. And it has something to do with Bruce Pearl and Chad Baker-Mazar on the Auburn Tigers, as we're going to talk to Justin Ferguson of the Auburn Observer. Another great conversation about what you've seen from Auburn. Justin is there every single day, seeing everything, right? Like, he sees this up front.
Didn't he come right from practice?
He came right from practice.
Yeah.
Dedication from our guy, Justin. But we're going to talk about the Auburn Tigers and their great start. So, as usual, we're hopping off. We'll start the interview with Justin Ferguson. The stream continues, everyone. We bring on Justin Ferguson. The thing is, like, as we're recording this, we don't know when this is going to air. So, like, this could be the one, Justin, where, of course, Justin from the Auburn Observer, this could be the one where, like, hey, we're going to put this at 10 o'clock at night and everybody's just completely tapped out. Or we could just put this at the front as, kind of the opener instead of the main event. And so, anyways, great to talk to you. I know it's been a fun basketball season so far for the Auburn Tigers. And I told Max I'm going to lead with this question. You've put out a bunch of stats. I've put out a bunch of stats. Everyone else has put out a bunch of stats. Of all these absurd Auburn basketball stats that they've accomplished so far, which one do you think is like the wildest of them all?
I think the craziest one to me, and this ties in really nicely with how crazy the SEC is this year. If you look, they have the best KenPom rating for a team on January 1st ever. Okay. The closest competition was the Kentucky team that went undefeated. That, it went all the way to the Final Four, 38-0 and all that. That team ran the table in the SEC, never lost, got all the way to the Final Four, like I said. This Auburn basketball team is projected to lose 3 games in the SEC, despite the fact that they could be analytically the best we've seen in at least 15, 20 years, if not further, for college basketball. That's how crazy this league is, and that's what makes me so excited to see, like, what's about to happen over these next couple of months.
Yeah, I went through with Ike Jones and we predicted we picked every game and we ended up at 16-2. And that just sounded bizarre with how good the league has been. But when we went through and we really went game by game, we were like, I'm really struggling to get that 3 or 4 losses in this. Right. We couldn't find them.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's crazy to think because Auburn got such a break this year from the scheduling gods, and that they don't have to go to Knoxville and they don't have to go to Gainesville. And that's not to take other, like, they have to go to Lexington, which they've only won twice ever, and they haven't won since like 88. There's some really tough trips coming up, and every game on the road in this league is going to be a bloodbath. But the fact that they don't have to go to either of those 2 places, you always have to go to Tuscaloosa every year. So you knew that it was coming in. But if you look at the top 4 in the SEC and say, okay, we have 3 games against these teams, or 4 games against these teams, and 3 of them are in our house, you'll take that. And so Auburn has been so crazy good this season, and they've been so crazy good at home the last few years that you have a hard time figuring out, okay, they're just going to have a really off night for you to pick a game where they lose at home. Otherwise, you're going to have to pick and choose at home, and or on the road, and they don't really have a ton. They have several. But it's like, yeah, I mean, I can see that. It is crazy to think about. Like, 15-3 sounds nuts to me. 16-2 is one thing. 15-3 sounds insane. And with the way this league is this year, but that's just what this team is doing right now with their analytics.
Yeah, I mean, Justin, you've probably either asked this question or someone's asked this question to Bruce Pearl, I'm sure, throughout this run. And I would right now if he was on here. But, like, why has this worked so well to this point? Because, like, Max and I, we talked about this team coming to the season, and we're like, clearly one of the biggest strengths they're going to have is they're bringing back a potential not only SEC Player of the Year, but National Player of the Year, which, spoiler alert, he is right now, in Janai Broome. They're bringing back a lot of guys on a roster, which is not something everybody else has got 7 new guys, 8 new guys, 10 new guys, whatever.
Right.
But yeah. Auburn's bringing back the nucleus, right? But, like, what is the thing that has just made this to where, again, they've looked invincible at times?
I think the big thing for Auburn this season has been their defense has been so crazy. And this is a team that has the best offensive rating in the country, but I really have been impressed with their defense because at times last season they could get in trouble. When you are so reliant on Janai Broome in that front court, you get in foul trouble, things get off. Their guards had some issues defending last season. I think what you're seeing this year is that year 2 jump where a guy like Chad Baker-Mazara and a guy like Denver Jones they know this defensive scheme inside and out, and they're two of the oldest players in the country, and they've got that experience in, and so you get to lean on that even harder. We saw that jump last season from year 1 to year 2 with Janai Broome in the system. You're seeing that now with two of their 3 best players, from last season's team as well. So you do that, and then you just get some really good buy-in. I think the culture on this team and the chemistry really radiates the way they play offensively and defensively. Like, they have an All-American. They have a dude in Chad Baker-Mazara that could be like a leading scorer on pretty much any team he'd want to be on right now. Denver Jones is shooting like 70% from deep over his last 4 games. And he'll take like maybe 5 or 6 shots a game. So everybody's sharing and everybody's like contributing. And I think it's buy-in. And so when you bring in some new pieces like Miles Kelly, which has upgraded their length, their height in the backcourt, their 3-point shooting for sure, and then adding Tahad Pettiford and Ja'Kai Howard, who can do some things that just few guys can in college basketball because of how freakish they are. It just all kind of really works together. So the backbone is that experience and that year 2 jump that we've seen throughout Pearl's tenure at Auburn. He's doing that with multiple guys right now. Chaney Johnson, I should have mentioned Chaney. Chaney probably has had the biggest jump of any of them. And you combine that with some new pieces there, and where they were able to kind of round out this roster, and it's just it's kind of a perfect storm of a basketball team right now.
Justin, so as good as Auburn has looked, which has been probably as good as I've ever seen, they were down by 10 or 9-ish against Houston, down by almost 20 to Iowa State, and obviously the lone Duke loss. Those are probably, I would say, 3 of the best teams in the nation, in Houston, Iowa State, and Duke. What have you seen maybe that has been exposed and then fixed, or something along the lines of, I'm really glad we played these games because we found this? Yeah.
The big thing for Auburn is going to continue to be foul trouble. This is a team that plays a very physical brand of defense, and when you play that physical brand of defense, you expend that much energy. The way Bruce and his team want to defend it, you're gonna get whistles, and we all know in the SEC there's so many great athletes. There's so many, and it's just, I don't think officiating in college basketball is caught up to what we're seeing night in and night out in the SEC. So we get foul fest all the time, and Auburn is a team that is historically under Pearl been prone to do that. If you get a guy like if you get Janai Broome and Chaney Johnson, or Janai Broome and Dylan Cardwell in foul trouble, then it's a big drop off there. So I think that's the thing. That's a way you really get Auburn. Those other games, they got off to a slow start sometimes in those games where it's just their shots weren't falling. They were playing some elite defenses, right? Houston, Iowa State, Duke, 3 of the best in the country, maybe the 3 best defenses in the country. They made it really, really hard on and Auburn couldn't get as free, as open. Jumpers aren't falling as easily. They can't get it to Broome as easily. And so it kind of falls that way. That's what I'm interested to see with this team. They go on the road. They get into these true environments where fans and everything are going to try to get in their head. What happens if they start off cold? What happens if they get in a slump? And what happens if the whistles don't go their way? Because even in games they've had to come back and win this season, or the Duke game, the whistles did not go their way at all. How are they going to be able to handle that over the course of the season? Because those are the weaknesses. Those are pretty small weaknesses by comparison, but they're still weaknesses.
Yeah.
Well, we talked earlier about, again, like one of the reasons people were going to be high on Auburn was because of what they were bringing back. But I think 2 guys in particular, in Miles Kelly and Tahad Pettiford. Max, we had discussions about those guys coming into the season, and we were saying, hey, I'm very curious to see what the role is going to be for these 2. Well, obviously, we've seen Pettiford kind of, emerge into a guy who you have no problems with him sort of handling the ball, being able to hit shots from outside. That's been very important. And, of course, Miles Kelly, who I know, what was it, Max? We're talking about the Steph Curry comparisons and all that. We hearing all that in the preseason, everything. And then what's the guy do? He comes out and goes 7-9 to start his career at Auburn. Had a couple games in there where he's been 4 or 5 and that kind of stuff. But, I think that's interesting too, Justin, as you look at kind of those guys' role going into SEC play. Well, like you said, it's going to be physical. You're going to have, guys getting foul trouble and that kind of stuff. And we talked about just the value of a Denver Jones and Chad Baker-Mazara and just on down the line. But I think these 2 guys are crucial if they're going to keep this thing going and be a team that can win the national championship. I'm just very fascinated to see, how they can maybe take advantage of some of those opportunities, knowing that there's a lot of SEC teams are going to look up and say, all right, priority number 1 is Broome, priority number 2 is Broome, and then we got Baker Mazzara, Denver Jones, and so forth.
Yeah. No, I think Kelly, he's going to go down, I think, as one of the most influential kind of pickups in the SEC this year, because what he allowed Auburn to do this year is have multiple proven scorers off the ball. Last season, if you shut down Chad Baker Mazzara, if you took him away, Auburn had a hard time generating the backcourt. Denver Jones didn't really catch fire until the second half of the season. Aiden Holloway and Trey Donaldson, both really good players, both playing well right now at their new homes, weren't as consistent. And so what they got in Kelly is they got, like I said earlier, more size, more length in the backcourt. He's a dead-eye, man. I mean, you talk the Steph Curry comparisons. He reminds me a lot of prime Klay Thompson, where it's just avalanche mode. Yeah. If he sees it go in a couple times, it's just like, all right, well, he's going to just keep feeding him. And he does, like, even if he gets hot, though, then now there's somebody else you got to rely on, Denver Jones, or you can kick it out. So Miles having multiple options off the ball has been huge for him. And then Todd Pettiford, what Todd Pettiford has done, he's a guy who comes in, Auburn thinks, okay, he's a scorer, let's play him off the ball. The point guard situation gets completely revamped. JP Pegues does not get off to a good start, and he's struggling for minutes right now. So they put Pettiford at the 1, and right now he's playing more point guard minutes than anybody on this team, which lets Denver Jones get to be back more of that combo role, that catch and shoot guy for him. And Tahad's been super impressive. And the thing that stands out about Tahad, which I'm sure y'all noticed as well, he plays his best in the toughest games. Like, he'll play some of these paycheck games, and it'll be like, oh, he had 6 or 7 and a few assists. And then it was like the next night he'll play, in Maui or something like that, or at Duke, and he just goes nuts. And like, that's the type of guy he is. He is a big game player. He's got a creation ability. Like, his shot off the dribble is something Auburn just really hadn't had consistently over the last few years. And he's a special guy. I mean, he's just a really special talent. And I'll say this: the other new guy in the heavily in the rotation, Ja'Kai Howard. Now that he's in the rotation, I mean, y'all saw the dunks the other night. He's got he's a better shooter than people give him credit for. He's got really good length. I think he's going to be a good defender in time for Auburn. But there was a stretch like when he finally got back in the rotation where you would look up and it would be like, yeah, Ja'Kai has 8, and it's like he's only been in the game for like a minute and a half. Like, and his plus minus was crazy for his per minute stats, and like, it's just, that being able to plug those guys into that foundation has just made this team even scarier, because even if you have a read on this team, or what you feel like, oh, we've seen this guy before, we've seen Broome, we've seen Baker Mazzara, we've seen those guys. You haven't seen some of these dudes yet, and they just give it a little bit more different kind of angle to attack from.
Yeah, Justin, you took my question right out of my mouth. I was just about to go to Howard.
Yeah, I was saving him for you, Max. So I knew you're a big Ja'Kai Howard guy. So yeah,
he plays my style. I like him a lot. One question, there might not be too much of an answer here, but I wanted to ask. JP Pegues, when we were doing our summer show and we were predicting starting fives, we threw Pegues in at the starting point guard just from the information we had back then. Obviously hasn't, just gotten into the role he wants, but every time he gets out there, you can see the bench loves him. Teammates are trying to get him the ball, get him going. What can we expect from him moving forward? Do you think he maybe gets his confidence going a little bit, or is this just such a loaded backcourt that it's kind of tough to give all the minutes out?
Yeah, it is tough, because it feels like every time he kind of hits a groove that maybe you could see some minutes going. It's like, okay, Ja'Kai Howard, you got to get Ja'Kai Howard some minutes, or you got to move it around. Like, the fact that Tahad Pettiford has really established himself as a really good point guard option, which allows Denver Jones to play more of the 2, which allows guys to get kind of eased off in other spots. That's kind of hurt. He's been in a minute stretch, and you're right. Like, he was going to be the starting point guard for this team. He started both of the preseason games. He started the first 2 games, and it just wasn't working. It just wasn't clicking. Sometimes for these point guards, you plug into a new system, new scheme, learning your new teammates. It's tough. And I think we've seen, we've seen Denver Jones be able to take on that point guard role, that starting point guard role, because he knows these guys and he knows the system inside and out. And Pettiford's gotten to grow into it. Early on, Pettiford was more of just a scorer, big time flash player off the bench. now he's kind of getting more into that groove, and he's a really, really talented guy. JP Pegues, I think it's fun to watch. It's not fun to watch a guy struggling, obviously, but it's fun to watch a team kind of rally around him and know that this is not what he wanted to do. Like, he left Furman. He was a really good player at Furman, and he left it for a reason. But it's a kid who's kept his head on his shoulders and done a really good job. You can see Auburn may have some, maybe not as much in the SEC play, but like when they get into these kind of blowout situations, they want to try to get his confidence going. So it may be tough for him to get into that in SEC play. But I think he's a guy that, at the end of the day, he came to Auburn because he wanted to win a championship and potentially be on one of the best teams in the country. He can still do that, not actively playing as big of a role, but he's done everything they've asked him to do at this point. I think he's a great practice guy. When they have him run scout team, he'll do it. And he gives Auburn a really good look because he is such a talented point guard.
Yeah. Justin, as we wrap up here in the next few minutes, Max, I think, may have brought this up, but one of the things recently we talked about, but it's like, can you imagine the attention that Dylan Cardwell would be getting if he didn't play, alongside a Janai Broome? Like, Cardwell is just one of these guys where it is, I feel like, and he's been there seemingly forever now is what it feels like, but it is one of those things where I still feel like he's not underappreciated by Auburn or Auburn fans, but no. I think just sort of nationally as you look at the role that he plays for this team, and Max and I have our fun. We were at the SEC tournament last year. I don't remember which game it was, but he dunked on somebody and he turned around like it was full on, just like Hulk Hogan, like hulking up, like he's got the and he does it all, and we love that. Like, but I just think the role that he plays on this team, again, it's not underappreciated by Auburn by any means, but it's just. I can't imagine, again, sort of a scenario where if you take Dylan Cardwell off of this team, like there's a significant difference just based on all the things that he's able to do. And again, he's not a guy who has to play 25, 30 minutes a game. But man, he is bringing a lot to the table when he's out there.
Yeah, there's a reason why they are starting him and not Chaney Johnson. And Chaney Johnson's had such a phenomenal season for Auburn, but Dylan Cardwell is so good on defense. His impact on defense is through the roof. His analytics are crazy for that. And Bruce wants to start games that way. And that's long been his priority. He's done that in the past when he started Chris Moore last season. It was because of that. He wanted to start the game, set the tone with defense. Cardwell does that. And I think he's done a better job this season of like understanding what he is on offense and playing to it. Like, he's a rim runner. He's going to duck the ball and get tip outs, putbacks and stuff like that. Not a guy you're going to want to dribble a lot. Not a guy you're going to do jumpers or play face up very often. But he does take care of the ball. He makes good decisions. He's become a better passer. And yeah, his impact's crazy because early on, like in the preseason, they played a lot of that double big lineup with Broome and Cardwell, and it just was not working. It just did not look good. They stuck with it, and part of the reason why Auburn won in Maui is because they could lean on it, and it's such a luxury, right? Very few, even really good college basketball teams don't have elite centers. Auburn's got the best center in the country and a guy who comes off the bench who's in his 5th year and does what he does really, really well. And that's just it's scary because not a lot of teams can compete with that. And when they go that double big lineup, they can just kind of wear you out because Broome is good enough to kind of stretch the floor and do all that other stuff. So it is really impressive. As much as Chaney Johnson's done a great job at the 4 and he's getting most of the minutes at the 4, they want to start both halves of Cardwell because he's going to be that caffeine boost right off the bat, and that's the way this team wants to play.
We love a Cardwell celebration. Yeah, my favorite thing is the unnecessary Cardwell celebration when it's just like a tipped ball or just something real small. Doesn't matter. It's the same level. Boom, 0 to 100. Gotta love
He's
it.
like that all the time. All the time. You watch him in warm-ups, he's going nuts. Watch him in practice, he's going nuts. Like, that's just who he is. And Auburn fans love him for it because, you guys know, Auburn fans are insane. Auburn basketball fans are all about just getting in your face and being like, hey, we're good at this. And I think he's the perfect kind of mascot for that. And on top of that, he's a really good role player that that Auburn has kind of built a lot of what they do around.
Love it.
I guarantee you. There's some going on right now. It's a pre-recorded interview, but I guarantee you in the live chat right now, Auburn fans they're pumped up. They're fired up. They're doing some Dylan Cardwell celebrations. They're excited.
And everybody else is being like, I can't wait for that guy to be done. I can't wait for him to graduate.
Oh my gosh, can we please just get to the next person? No,
That's
Justin, always fun to catch up with you again. I know you're busy this time of year with this team, and again, you guys, if you're an Auburn fan, you already know about Justin stuff. Auburn Observer, we'll link to it as we're going to do with every guest we have on, promote everything. But Justin, we appreciate you coming on with us, and we'll talk to you soon.
Absolutely. I love to be on, guys, and hope y'all make it through the whole marathon.
All right. You heard it from Justin, Max. He hopes we make it through the entire marathon. Hey, we're an hour and 20 minutes in. We have 1,400 people watching this thing right now. You kidding me? SEC basketball people out there knocking this conference? Come on. 1,400 folks out there. Chime in. If you're watching right now and you're not talking in the chat, raise your hand. Do the little emoji with the hand raise, like to let us know you're here. If you're watching, you're on Twitter, DM me, send me a message. Tell me that, hey, I'm watching this thing. If you're someone out there, media member, coach, whatever, let us know. Like, this is what we love doing. Hope you guys are enjoying this. Christian, no doubt, in the chat. I see it down there. But, all right, Max, quickly, let's run through any chats we pulled up while that interview was playing. Then we're going to get to a live interview here. We got a guest waiting right now. What do we got, Max, in the chat?
Yes, we've got Mother Carol with some incentives. If we hit 100 likes, giving away 5 memberships. Come on now. And then you thought that was nice. Then we've got Tony sending Blake a heating unit if we get to 250.
Hey, there's probably a lot of first-time people watching this. Like I tell the story, like I do this basically from the garage here. That's the best setup I have, and there's very little heat down here. So that's why I'm always dressed in this attire. But if you get me a heating sponsor, I will give you the best ad read ever. We still have Sanders Logistics to get to. Don't worry, folks. We're saving that for later on, the main event. But I appreciate that, Tony. 250 is all we need.
Yep. And then we had a nice Auburn question here real quick. How many all-conference players, if you had to make a team right now, and remember, Garth switched it to 5, no more 9 teams. All right. Shout out to Garth there. Nice going. I would say 3.
How many players are we picking? How many 5-man teams are we picking?
Let's do 2 teams. First team, second team. Oh, 3 might be a lot. I would say 2 then. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say it may be tough ambitious. To get 3.
I got ambitious.
If you're picking 3 teams, I could pick 3.
Yeah.
I have a question. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Max.
I was just gonna say definitely Broom and Chad.
Well, here's what's interesting. When we did our freshman of the year quick takes a few minutes ago, did any of us mention Pettiford?
No. In the preseason?
I mean, we didn't mention him as the player of the year.
When we said freshman of the year, when somebody asked us off the cuff, we all gave our answers. I don't think his name came up. Blake, how many years have you and I covered this league where Pettiford would be your freshman of the year?
Sure. There's just
hands
so many
down
this year. In a league that's dominated by older guys.
Yeah, and that's my point. And the thing with him too, like his stats suffer a little bit in some of their games where they're either blowing somebody out or they just don't need him. Like he comes up big when it matters the most.
Yeah.
That's probably going to get lost in translation with some of all the awesome freshmen in this league, but he's been tremendous for them.
Well, a lot of good freshmen, as we talked about. Don't worry, Christian. We're going to talk about LeBaron Philon with another guest we have coming on here. That one's going to go up probably, I'd say, in a little less than an hour here on the marathon stream tonight. Maybe 2 o'clock. You never know. But, all right, we got a guest waiting. Let's bring him in, Max.
Let's do this.
There he is, Neil Blackmon, the Florida Basketball Hour and Saturday Down South. You know him from there. Neil, it's been a while since we've talked, my friend.
Right. A whole 24 hours, you know?
Say it's been exactly 24 hours since we last talked, I think, when I did your podcast yesterday. But Neil joining us, of course, from the Florida Basketball Hour. And, yeah, Neil, I mean, it's kind of fun, isn't it? Like, you know, we decided to do this thing and just get all the different perspectives. And that's why, like, we love doing this because it's just you get all these different little nuggets on each of these teams. And I think Florida's a team that we always go to for you, because it's like, you think about the start this team has had this season, and we're looking up, they're 13-0, and when we did our preview with Florida and Kentucky, one of the things we said, and I think Max and Chris, we mentioned this in some of the other previews we did, we're like, it feels like there's a lot of teams out there that are like in prove-it mode in the first game of conference play, because people are like, well, I don't know if I buy into 13-0 Florida or 13-0 Oklahoma, other teams like we've talked about in that spot, and that's why this game tomorrow, 10 a.m., by the way, folks, if you didn't realize it, 10 a.m. Central start time. That's why, Neil, this game is just, it's so exciting to get this one off the bat, because I'm like, for some reason, people are down in Florida. We're not, but hey, this is a great prove-it game at Rupp Arena tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central time.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a prove-it game for both teams, which is the best kind of prove-it game. And it's not because I think anybody should reasonably doubt either team if you watch them play. Kentucky has better wins. Kentucky has as many nice wins as most teams, other than Auburn, right? But the last month, we haven't seen Kentucky play great, really. Kind of got scared a little bit by Colgate. I think Colgate kind of showed how you can guard them if you switch a lot off the ball and their off-ball actions, and kind of, try to make them drive you, get out on shooters. There is a formula. As good as that Mark Pope offense is, they're not the most athletic team. And if Florida wins tomorrow, I think we'll come, on our show, and we'll probably be talking about Florida's athleticism and physicality as why. And that will be kind of the big test for me. So it's proven for Kentucky is like, can being together, can playing together, can being old and smart and experienced, and in Lamont Butler's case, just a flat out winner. Does that kind of stuff translate night in, night out in conference play? I think it's going to translate a lot. And then the Gators, and they've annihilated almost everyone they've played. We talked a little bit about this last night, Blake. It's not their fault that the schedule has kind of panned out the way it did. I mean, remember, even going back to their opening night game, who knows what that looks like if there isn't tragedy with South Florida. So I think, they scheduled in a way that they thought would give them a lot of challenging games. They ultimately end up with what will probably be a quad one win against North Carolina, and then which is amazing to say. And then maybe, you get a quad one win with Arizona State on a neutral. Otherwise, like, where are they coming from? So Florida does have a lot to show people, even winning games by the second largest margin in the country right now. I think 21 points per victory. They're one of 6 teams in the country with a net rating of plus 27. Are they computer trickers? That's the big question right now. Eric Fawcett and I have talked about it a lot on Florida Basketball Hour. We don't think that they are. And the two biggest reasons are things that should travel. Senior guards who are really, 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 really good. Max Barr beat me to the Will Richard punch. Came on my podcast and said, "Hey, man, I don't think people talk enough about how good Will Richard is. I don't even know if you guys talk about how good Will Richard is." And maybe
probably
we didn't
enough, yeah.
And then I know I was preaching the gospel of Elijah Martin in the offseason and just saying I don't think what he offers teams is particularly quantifiable. Florida's 82 spots better from a defensive efficiency standpoint than they were last year. So much of that is because of Elijah Martin. Like, even now I see a comment, Florida struggled with UNC. Like, yeah, for 5 minutes. They had 5 bad minutes. They were up by 19 for most of the first half, 18 for most of the first half, rather, anywhere between 14 to 18. And then when it was winning time, down 4 at the under 4 timeout, Elijah Martin scores 5 straight points, gets a steal, forces a Cadeau turnover, and Florida wins by 6. So, that was good for them to get tested in that game, but they'll get tested again tomorrow at Rupp Arena. It's a game where I might have picked Florida, but for something Blake brought up yesterday night on my show, which is, like, if ever there were the perfect storm for Florida to kind of walk into, it's Mark Pope's first conference game a rivalry game at home with what will be an absolutely fanatical crowd. The back end of game day. I mean, it's going to be tough for Florida. And I think Blake pointed out 125-2 at home for these home teams.
Yep.
So, if it's 126-2, will people immediately say, oh, Florida's computer trickers? Probably there'll be some of that.
Yes, they will. Trust me.
There'll be some of that. And then Tennessee will come to Gainesville on Tuesday night and figure out how hard it is to play on the road, right?
Neil, you beat me to the punch a little bit. Is Florida computer tricking on defense? You talked about the move up. You did talk about Elijah Martin, but Mike Logden last year, maybe their best defender statistically, just did so much for them. And I wonder how good they'd be if he were still there. But I just want to ask you, is that something that surprised you? I mean, you mentioned that Martin would help them there, but did you think it would look this good? And why has it been this good?
I didn't think that Elijah would have the impact on the other guards that he's had. So, no, I didn't think it would be. So with Elijah, you have a guy who can guard the best player on the ball on the perimeter. He also gets in the gaps and stops dribble penetration if that's how Florida chooses to do things. And so that's freed up Will Richard, who was always a pretty good help defender, to just do what he does best, which is play help defense. And I think his defense has been raised immensely now. And then the other guy that they have that we don't talk about very much, and I think will become more of a kind of common name during league play, is Thomas Houck. And just his ability to kind of be this Swiss Army knife glue guy that they really haven't had since Will You Get. And that's a decade. I mean, and it's just Tommy can do, like, he was the one guy who would get in a switch with Ian Jackson, who is 5-star top 10 player, and wasn't totally cooked, right? And by the way, there's no shame in that. Like, Carolina's problems aren't that they can't score, right? So, Houck is another guy who you can kind of create defensive. You trust him in a switch. And I don't know how often that was like a thing for Florida last year. Like, as good as Hand-Lockton was at cleaning things up near the rim, like, Florida still, teams could consistently get in the paint on Florida. That has not been the case this year. And so Elijah's really lifted all boats with a little help from the jump from Houck. And, they use and trust Denzel Aberdeen a little bit more too. And he's a dog defensively. So what they have is 3 guards who can really defend in Richard, Aberdeen, and Martin. And then Walt Clayton spent a whole summer hearing from NBA teams that, like, hey, if you want to play in this league, you better at least pretend to guard somebody. And so he's starting to do that. His steal percentage is pretty high. So, but you're still on the right path, Chris, because, like, if you look at Evan Mia, you guys had him on, and that was a great show. Florida has the second best starting 5 in college basketball from an offensive standpoint. Like, they are 0.4 behind Connecticut offensively. Defensively, they're in the top 20. Now, if you had told Florida fans you're going to have a top 20 starting 5 defensively, they would have been like, where do I sign up? But we're going to find out just how good that is in league play. And, like, I know everybody has a hard schedule in SEC play, but I feel like at Kentucky, Tennessee, at a stupendously talented Arkansas is as tough a 3-game stretch as anybody has. So, like, if Florida can guard, we're going to know in 10 days.
Neil, we've covered the defense wall to wall, but when we talked to you in the summer, there was a lot of talk about Elijah Martin and how he's going to help the defense. But what we were kind of curious about was, how do we respond to losing one of the best point guards that has ever had an individual SEC season in Zion Poland's year of creation last year? This offense right now, by the metrics, is better than last year's. I just kind of wanted your thoughts on how the heck did this happen?
Yeah, it's a great point. It's different, right? Because with ZP, he was super ball dominant and Florida had the true point guard. He initiated almost everything. They played a little bit through the two bigs, really one big in Tyrese Samuel. But for the most part, it was Zion pulling. And this year, they really have three different guys that they initiate offense through, not just Walter Clayton. And then they move the ball better. Their assist rate is higher than it was last year. They have multiple guys with high assist rates. And then Aberdeen comes off the bench. He moves the ball. So they make defenses rotate more. Is kind of what it is with their ball movement. And then they've got a bunch of dudes who are just dogs attacking closeouts, whether it's Walt Clayton, who outside of Mark Sears and Zakai Ziegler, and really is kind of with those guys. And I can get into the paint if I want to in that category. And, obviously a more natural scorer than Zakai, but just in terms of his ability to get dribble penetration, he can do it whenever he wants. Will Richard has gotten leaps and bounds better at attacking closeouts since he became a starter at Florida after he transferred from Belmont 2 seasons ago. And then I think we always knew that Elijah Martin could attack closeout. I mean, you don't win most outstanding player in NCAA regional if there's flaws to your game offensively. He's not just a jump shooter. So I think that was part of it with Florida. The other thing offensively that's helped is that Alex Condon has become kind of a stretch threat. And I think we saw the glimpses of Condon as like this sort of ridiculous diamond in the rough that did some really silly things last year in league play. And there were games where we were like, whoa, that guy is going to be really good. And then there were other games where he was on the floor 12 minutes, committed 4 fouls and sat down, looked kind of confused. Right. And so now when he knocks down threes, Florida becomes even harder to guard. So I think that's why, at this point that offensive efficiency is what it is. And I don't think – I guess the one question I have for them is just schematic, to be honest. Like Todd Golden is a Randy Bennett, Bruce Pearl disciple that he's going to stop the ball and he's going to prevent threes and try to make you take tough twos. And they're pretty good at that. And I think the defense will – I think this defense will continue to be pretty consistent in SEC play. I do think that there are teams that can slow them down offensively. And, I know that seems kind of counterintuitive given what the metrics say, but it's not like Florida runs a ton of stuff. They space you out. They're really, really good in transition. I think the best team in college basketball when they run. Just in that part of the game, not the best team in college basketball, but, so I think –
I mean, they could be. I mean, they're trending in that possibility. I know not right now, but hey,
they're marvelous in transition. If they turn you over and run, ask Arizona State. It gets pretty ugly and sideways very fast. But if you can get them into the half court, they've had games. They've had high turnover games. They still don't have the true point guard, and there will be some road games where they go a few minutes without scoring. And so that, could become that will be a bugaboo in the 5 or 6 games that they lose in the league.
Yeah, Neil, I'm going to follow up with this. I think this might be our last one here. Looking at the home schedule, last year, Florida's home and away splits were pretty stark. Yeah, amazing at home, not so amazing on the road. At home, you get Tennessee. You get Texas A&M. After that, it's kind of all bottom half teams at home. I was kind of wondering your take on, do you think this team might be able to run the table here at home in the SEC?
Yeah, I think if they lose Tuesday night, or if they win Tuesday night, they'll do it.
That's right. Okay. Yeah, that's what it's the same exact thought.
That's kind of what I think. Now, the game I would circle if I were Florida is Missouri on the 14th. Ooh. And I would circle it because, like I mentioned that start, I think Texas has a pretty brutal opening 3-game stretch too, obviously, but Florida's is as tough as anybody's. And then Dennis Gates' team is good. I mean, this is the thing about this league, man. Like all these teams are just so good, and the thing Missouri didn't win a league game last year. And I felt like maybe 2 of the games that they almost won were Florida games. where at the under 4, we were all kind of sitting there going, oh man, it's sort of going to take a quad 4 here and just railroad, or a quad 3 and railroad their seeding. And, I don't know, but the thing that bothers me a little bit about Missouri is that they can turn you over.
Yep.
Right. They're outstanding at that. I think Tamar Bates scored 8,709 points against Florida last year. You guys have to check that out for me.
It's a very specific number.
But let's see
wrong.
if like putting Will Richard on him works better this year than it did last year, right? A big test for my theories on Will Richard's step-up game. And then, like, guys, have you looked at the KenPom numbers on Mark Mitchell? Like, have you looked at the year he's having?
Incredible.
And, like, I mentioned Tommy Houck, but, like, guys, Tommy Houck is a year and another summer in the weight room from being as impactful as Mark Mitchell. Like, and there aren't a lot of teams that have a guy like that. So, like, that's a scary matchup for me. I'm a big Styles make fights guy. Blake knows that. I talk about it a lot. That's why I think Ole Miss is in deep trouble against Georgia tomorrow. Yeah, man, that would be like the one I'd circle if they can beat the Vols.
Yep, I like it.
There you go, guys. Neil Blackmon, the one and only, again, just tremendous stuff on the Florida Gators. Neil, let everybody know where they can find all of your stuff with the Florida Basketball Hour.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys, for having me. I'm at NW Blackmon on Twitter. You can also follow me and Eric Fawcett at Florida BB Hour on Twitter. Listen to us. Florida Basketball Hour streams on a lot of different services. Believe it or not, you can fast forward. If you don't want to hear the Florida stuff, you can fast forward through a lot of that. We always talk SEC on our show. There's a little bit of that Kentucky sports radio feel to us at this point and 7 years into the project. So keep doing what you're doing at Southeastern 16. And I love that there's a Friday night thing. I'm going to keep listening. Take care, fellas.
Awesome. We appreciate you, Neil. Thanks, man. All right, there you go, guys. Neil Blackmon. Good stuff, as always. Because that's what he said, Max. That's what I like about Neil. It's like they're the Florida Basketball Hour, but like they talk all SEC, and that's what we like that. That they just really.
It's my favorite account on Twitter. Maybe second to Brandon Ramsey's breakdowns. I love those things, but Florida Basketball Hour probably my favorite account on Twitter.
Yeah, no, he's tremendous. All right, chat. What else do we need to get to? If you're in here, there's 1,500 of you now. 1,500 people have decided on a Friday night at 8:43 p.m. Central Time they want to watch Southeastern 16 in the SEC Basketball Marathon, Max.
AB has been waiting. Georgia fan, been waiting on this one. Max, if Georgia pulls off the upset, are they ranked? Are the Bulldogs ranked if they go into Oxford and pull off the win? Honestly, I think you got an argument on they could be ranked right now, to be honest. If the preseason expectation on Georgia was not where it was and it was a little bit higher, and you're looking at a team that only has one loss to Marquette by 11 on a neutral floor with a win over St. John's, Notre Dame, and Grand Canyon, and Georgia Tech on the road, I mean, that's pretty solid resume for a top 25 team. My answer is going to be yes. You know me, I'm big on Georgia.
Yeah. I think I would say yes too to that. So, all right. Tony said earlier, he's trying to give you guys the best advice possible. Live on a Friday night, hit that like button. If you're joining us, as I said, reach out. If you're watching this, if you're listening, let us know you're watching or listening. This is unbelievable. The amount of people who are watching and or listening to this right now. But yes, Nathan says we need to switch the show to 9:30 p.m. more often. Let me go ahead and give you a spoiler alert, Nathan. That's not going to happen. But obviously, as the season goes on, we'll have a lot of stuff to talk about when we do our reactions for game nights and such. So, all right. So we're going to get to our next interview now. As we said, we're getting a lot of these interviews for you guys up front, and then you're going to get Max Barr, Chris Lee, and Blake Lovell after dark. Like, we're going to get into the good stuff, all right? I'm just kidding. These interviews are great. But we've got a couple more to run through here. We got some people going to hop on with us, some surprise guests still to come, maybe a little bit later on. So, a little bit later on. We're an hour and 45 minutes into this thing. We told you it's a marathon. But we appreciate all you guys watching, 1,500 and counting, almost to 1,600 people watching right now. Tremendous. You're ready for tomorrow, as you should be. Enjoy this. this is an unbelievable season for SEC basketball, and we're glad you're with us. So, next interview, Max, we're going to talk to none other than Crimson Tide Sports Network analyst Bryan Passink is going to join us here. And Bryan, we discuss a lot of stuff about Alabama's impressive start, as you would expect for the Tide this season, what we learned about him so far in the non-conference. LeBaron Philon, look what he's doing, another freshman. What is this guy? We're talking about all these guys just coming in and making a huge impact in a sort of older dominated league. Look at these guys coming in and making an impact. So, all right, here we go. Auburn fans. Here, Deacon. Boo. Of course, Deacon's going to boo the fact that Bryan Passink's coming in here. But Christian's excited. The Alabama fans are ready. And here we go. Let's jump into our interview with Bryan Passink. This one, guys, about 14, 15 minutes. And then we'll be back live with another guest. He's going to be joining us live right after this. We roll on the SEC basketball tip-off marathon here on YouTube at Southeastern 16, and we roll on to the Tide. How about that, Max? You liked that segue there, didn't you?
Nice.
We're going to roll on to Bryan Passink. Of course, he is of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. You can hear him calling the game on Saturday, Alabama and Oklahoma. Bryan, two questions for you. I'm going to put them both together. When's the last time you saw a couple dudes crazy enough to do a 3 or 4 hour live stream on SEC basketball on YouTube? And the second question, as someone who's been around SEC basketball as long as you have, as a former player as well, when's the last time you've seen a conference do what the SEC's done to this point?
Well, first of all, when you guys started this show, I thought you were crazy. Who's going to pay attention to SEC basketball? Because It is nowhere near what it is right now. But you guys are smart. And you saw it coming, and where we are right now as a conference is absolutely amazing. I mean, you go back 10 or 12 years ago, and there were a lot of jokes about SEC basketball. And although this conference has been great over the years, it's had its ups and downs. And you go back and in that period, and you look around, the conference wasn't what it was, and certainly wasn't what it is today. And it's incredible. And I know you guys are loving it. I certainly am, as a guy who's been around this conference for a long time. So I'm loving it. And and what was the second question?
Well, it was just kind of just the overall thoughts on the conference so far. But I think we can tie that into what I was going to ask you next, which is, Alabama's spot in that, because we talk about kind of all the just wild, unprecedented metrics and ratings right now for the SEC as a whole. But, Alabama plays a big part in that because of the usual strength of their non-conference schedule, and just kind of seeing what you've seen from this team to this point. They're sitting here at 11-2. Again, have just played, a lot of good competition so far. And I think, for me, one of the things that stood out is seeing how they bounce back from those two losses. I think when I really look back at it, and we talked about this on the show, lose that game to Purdue, come back and just play what I thought was a really good performance against Illinois, put up 100 points. You lose that game against Oregon, you come back several days later, SEC, ACC Challenge, tremendous performance at North Carolina. How have you kind of seen this team just grow over these past couple months?
Well, this is probably the most anticipated season of Alabama basketball in its history. And you guys know this is a proud program that's had a lot of success. The second winningest program in the SEC in conference games behind Kentucky. Now, we won't talk about the difference between the wins that the Wildcats have in Alabama. Hey, but somebody's got to be second. So Alabama's had a ton of success in basketball, but nothing like what we've seen in recent years. Coming off a Final Four with all the talent coming back, you thought this had a chance to be another special season. And from what I've seen over the first couple of months, I'm really encouraged. 11-2 with what may be the most difficult non-conference slate in Alabama basketball history is not a bad place to be. And you go back a year ago, and Alabama, number one overall strength of schedule, and a couple of times under Nate Oates. You know that he's going to challenge this program. And 11-2, I'm sure if you talk to Nate Oates and these players, they're mad that it's not an undefeated record going into SEC play. But the two losses, I think, helped you get better as a team. to go on the road to Purdue, which, by the way, I've been doing this 22 years. I've been to great home court environments. I've been to Alabama football games my whole life, and basketball and Final Fours and national championship games. That was the loudest arena I've ever been in West Lafayette for Alabama, Purdue. And to their credit, Purdue's credit, they got it done at home. But I think Alabama learned from that. I think it's a big reason why they were not in all going to Chapel Hill and playing in the Dean Dome in front of 22,000 because of games like at Purdue and that environment. And then, the other loss to Oregon, a really good, now Big Ten team. That was a game that Alabama didn't play particularly well, but still could have won. You lost Latrell Wrightsell. I thought the team looked a little shell-shocked after they realized that he went down. And it was pretty clear at the time that it was a season-ending injury. So I wonder if that hadn't happened, how that game would have unfolded. But still, you learn from it, you come back, you get better. And Alabama was able to get some big wins and prepare themselves for what will be an incredible SEC. I think it's not only the best it's ever been, at least in my time, certainly. It may be the best conference in the history of college basketball. So I can't wait to get it going. I think Alabama's in a great place where you're top 5 nationally, 11-2 with the schedule that we talked about. But this team has not played its best basketball. I think they have a ton of upside, and you've got some individual players that have shown flashes, but maybe not the consistency that I think they will as we get into January and February and March. So I think this team is in a really good place, but their best basketball is definitely ahead of them, in my opinion.
Yeah, Bryan, we'll eventually get into the Sooners here, and I guess maybe your answer to my question will tie into that. But I was kind of just wondering, what your take on what we've seen from the offense so far is, because it's really it's like a very unique profile where you, depending on what analytics you're looking at, probably a top 10 offensive efficiency. However, the 2-point percentage, best in the country, the 3-point percentage, nowhere even close to that. Shooting the 10th most threes. I don't know if I've seen an offensive profile like this. Interesting to hear your take.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And that's another reason I'm encouraged, because I look at this offense and statistically, analytically, it's one of the best in Alabama basketball history. But this team is nowhere close to what I think they will be on the offensive end. I think as a top 5 offensive team, I think they're a lot better than what they've played. And you mentioned the 3-point percentage numbers, and they're not great right now. But I look at this team individually, and I see a bunch of great shooters who haven't really gotten into a rhythm on the offensive end. I mean, a guy like Chris Youngblood, who you guys know, great player over the course of his career. He comes into Tuscaloosa, deals with injuries, has surgery, was out for, 5, maybe 6 months without really playing basketball. He comes back, he's played a handful of games, and he looks good, but he's not near the player that he will be 3 weeks from now, a couple of months from now, and he's a guy that can really shoot it. Jaren Stevenson is a guy that can shoot it from three. He's only shooting, I think, 19-20%. Houston Millett is just getting going. We thought he was going to redshirt, but now he's going to play. I think he can shoot it better and will help this team from a 3-point standpoint. Mark Sears, maybe the best point guard in the country. His 3-point percentage numbers are down. I think those are starting to ramp back up. But I look at this roster and I look at how well they're coached and how unselfishly they play. And I see the offensive numbers potentially going through the roof. I think this could very well be the best offense in college basketball. They're not there yet, but Nate Oates' teams tend to get better as the year goes on because you're playing such a unique pace. One of the fastest teams in the country. You're shooting threes and at the rim twos and trying to get to the free throw line. And with the state of college basketball, where you have so many new players, whether they're freshmen or transfers, you're trying to adjust to a different style of play. And I think that's why there's so much optimism in Tuscaloosa. This team can get better. They played well. They beat some really good teams, but I think they're going to get better as the year goes on both sides of the ball. I think defensively, they will continue to get better. But offensively, I think they can shoot it better from three than they have. And hopefully that starts on Saturday against a really good Oklahoma team.
Well, since Bryan already brought up Chris Youngblood, I'll swap my question to someone else because I know, Max, we have to contractually obligated to mention Chris Youngblood in anything we do. He's our guy here. But LeBaron Philon, I mean, Bryan, we talk about guys. We were talking so much about Chris Youngblood that probably this summer we did not talk enough about LeBaron Philon. And what he's done to this point, I think, has just been tremendous. And I'm curious, just for you, having seen a lot of good guards, guys that can do what he can do throughout the years. What has it been that's really just stood out to you about his game so far?
His toughness. He has a maturity about his game. And I knew he was good when I saw him play this summer. And you talk to Nate or any of the coaches when he first got on campus, and he was a top 30 player nationally. So, he was a high profile recruit, but much underrated compared to what they saw in preseason workouts and pickup games and practice. And that's translated in a big way to what he's doing on the court, the SEC Freshman of the Week. He does so many things for you. He plays on both ends of the floor. He's a relentless defender. He gets to the rim. He shoots the three. But when I realized this guy is the real deal was in the game at Purdue and that atmosphere that we talked about. That guy was not scared. And to go into that as a freshman and for that type of environment to pump you up and play with so much toughness. I mean, he led Alabama in that game, but unfortunately didn't get the win, but he showed me a lot in a tough environment. And there are a lot of great freshmen around the SEC, but I don't know many better in the SEC or in college basketball than LeBaron Philon.
Well, one that might be able to challenge him, Jeremiah Fears, who's right on the horizon here. Just kind of, we previewed the matchup, and we are just stoked for this game, really because of the guard play. Oklahoma probably the most underrated shooting team that I've seen so far, just not getting enough credit nationally for how they can shoot. Was wondering your take on how this matchup might play out.
Well, I think it's going to be a great matchup. I mean, two of the top freshmen in the country that I don't think any of us, at least I wasn't, talking about before the season started, and the two guys that we're going to see in Tuscaloosa and Coleman Coliseum on Saturday. Jeremiah Fears is really a big reason why we're talking about Oklahoma's number 12. I mean, they were number 15 in the preseason of the SEC. They're number 12 nationally, and they may be underranked. Now, they haven't played the most difficult schedule in the world, but they've had some impressive wins, and Fears has been as good as anybody in the country. I can't wait to see those two guys go at it, and I would encourage SEC fans to watch that game and to watch Jeremiah Fears and LeBaron Philon, because they're not probably going to be around this league very long. These guys look to me like one and dones, or at least if they want to take it to the next level after this season, they're going to have a chance to do that. But I can't wait to see this matchup. Mention the 3-point line, and that's where Oklahoma has been so good on either side. I mean, they defend the three at such a high rate. Alabama made 19 threes against South Dakota State and probably could have made more. They got great looks against a pretty good team in South Dakota State. Those are not going to come easy against Oklahoma. Porter Moser's team guards you, and they guard the 3-point line, one of the best 3-point defensive teams in the country, and maybe his best shooting team that he's ever coached. And he's had a ton of success at the college level, obviously a Final Four coach. But I think the 3-point line is going to be a key and something to watch on both ends of the floor. And that matchup of freshmen, Fears and Philon, is going to be must-see TV.
Bryan, we can get you out of here on a couple of things here quickly. I'm curious your thoughts on what you've seen just from the front court with Alabama. I mean, we were all talking about certainly the return of Grant Nelson, and he has continued to be, as advertised. But I think just the addition of a Big Cliff to the mix, and just kind of seeing the physicality and the rebounding he brings. Obviously, Jaron Stevenson, what he does, and just all those kind of big-bodied, long guys that we know once you get into SEC play, you're playing so many opponents that are physically matching up the same type of way. whereas it's different in non-conference play when you play some of these teams that maybe aren't to that level. But how have you just kind of seen this front court continue to develop, and what are sort of your expectations for that group here as we get into league play?
Well, I think they have a chance to be really good. They have been good. I mean, Grant Nelson, I think, is one of the toughest players in college basketball. Does so many different things. He's worked on his shooting. He's shooting it more consistently from the three-point line. I think one reason is he's taking better shots. He can really drive it. He's aggressive going to the basket. He is an elite level rebounder on both ends of the floor. So I see him continue to play at the level he's been playing at. I think Cliff Amore has had moments, but he's one of those guys that trying to adjust to NATO's system. But he is a key piece to the puzzle, especially on the defensive end. He's only averaging about 7.6 rebounds. I think those numbers will go up. I think they're going to try to get him more involved on the offensive end. But his real value is defensively. He's one of the best interior defenders in college basketball. So he's going to be a key as we get into the SEC. And then, you've got other front court players that are going to be important for this team. You've got talent, you've got depth. I think this is the best backcourt in the country in terms of depth, even with some of the injuries. But the front court is key, and I think Cliff Amore is going to be a big part of that. Jaren Stevenson, I think he and Darion Reed are two guys that when they break out, and I predict they will, hopefully it'll happen Saturday, this team is going to be really hard to beat. Because Darion Reed, a former McDonald's All-American, 5-star, he's been good. I think he has the potential to be great. Jaren Stevenson got off to a rough start shooting the ball. I think he'll try to drive it more, be more balanced on the offensive end. But he's gotten physically tougher in his sophomore season, and I think the best is yet to come for Jaren as well.
Well, you can hear Bryan on the call for this game on Saturday. Guys, as you know, big game, Alabama, Oklahoma, top 12 matchup in Tuscaloosa. Check out, again, Bryan on the Crimson Tide Sports Network there. But, Bryan, we appreciate you joining us. And, again, you got to have the best seat in the house this year. Front row for all these games in the SEC. My goodness, enjoy it.
I can't wait. And, listen, I'm a big fan of you guys. I really appreciate what y'all do. And it's going to be an awesome year in SEC basketball.
All right. There you go. Bryan Passink of the Crimson Tide Sports Network getting ready for Alabama and Oklahoma. Fears versus Sears. Chris, what do you think about that? I came up with that. You like that?
I was waiting for the 80s rock band joke, but I think that's been made a few times.
Come on. That's too much. But all right, we got another guest about to hop on with us, and we have an announcement too with this guest who's going to hop on with us. But 1,650 of you, it seems, have decided that at a 9 p.m. Central, it may be 10 p.m. Eastern for some of you. Some of you may be overseas. It may be sometime tomorrow, for all we know, that you're watching this. Getting ready for an SEC basketball Saturday, 1,600 max. Watching this right now, 2 hours into the marathon stream. Incredible stuff. So
Some people might still be in 2024 watching this.
they might be.
Yep.
So what do we got in the chat? Hold on, we do have a couple things I have on the chat here I saw earlier. By the way, some people are asking, we've already done previews for every single game. We've made predictions for every single game. So we hope you keep watching this right now. But you're also welcome to go watch some of the prediction videos. We have done prediction videos on every single game. Some of them are lumped together in one, but for some of the others, they're single videos here on the channel. Go find it. 1,600 something in here. Come on, hit the like button while you're at it. You can also hit the join button. It just means more. It's Southeastern 16. That is our membership tier. We do members-only content as well, and you'll get some live streams, watch-alongs, all this kind of stuff here on the channel. So, all right, let's quickly run through some comments, and then we're bringing somebody on here shortly. Shout out to Richard, who said that, hey, best by far, the best SEC content on the web. We appreciate you, Richard. Appreciate the show, yes. And here we go. Mr. P 2020, like the night before Christmas. That's exactly what this is. The night
had a
before
super
Christmas.
chat
Oh, he
saying
brought
that
in the one.
also.
Okay, there you go.
Boom.
Look at that. Hell State. He's ready for the Bulldogs and the Gamecocks tomorrow. Again, if you're just checking in, we talked to Scott Padgett, Mississippi State assistant coach earlier. Chris is laughing at a comment. I'm not looking at the live ones right
It's
now. What's he laughing
Christians.
Oh, well,
You'll see it.
Okay.
Nope.
Well, that's. I don't think he's going to do that, Christian. But I'll tell you what, Matt's and I know Matt's upset. Listen, Matt. Here's the deal. Okay, there was no way we were going to get somebody on for every single team. We did our best to try to get as many games as we could get. So
Yeah.
Apologies to you. We did get someone for Florida and not Kentucky. So if someone from Kentucky, if Mark Pope's out there watching right now and he wants to come on, now there you go. Chris is thinking we had Scott Padgett. We could just talk to him about Hail State today, but maybe sometime in the offseason we'll get some thoughts on the history of Kentucky basketball. How about that for you, Matt? And no, this is not a record-long show. And by the way, Matt, it's labeled as a marathon, my friend. Come on, you knew we weren't going 30 minutes here. I think the record-long show, guys, was the almost 3.5 hour thing we did for the live bracket. Yeah. So
Bracket. Yeah.
So this year it's probably gonna be 7 hours. Let's just be honest.
We'll go all day.
So probably so. But anyways, all right. Let's see. Anything else we need to get to? Who wants Sanders Logistics now? Actually, we're gonna let this next guy get the Sanders Logistics experience because he needs this. And Donovan, you keep asking, when are we gonna get Bruce Pearl on the show? Don't worry, we're working on that. I don't think it'll be tonight, but hey, we do appreciate Bruce because he shares a lot of the stuff we do on Twitter and such, so we do appreciate that. But are you ready, Justin Holland? I think he's ready. Because the thing is, we're bringing on someone who covers the Vanderbilt Commodores. But little did you folks know, this guy's also going to be covering some SEC basketball this season for another certain entity. You know who that is, Max?
Who's that?
That's us, Southeastern 16. Here he comes. Bring him in, Max. Joey Dwyer's here. Oh, my. Look at this.
The man, the myth. The man, the myth.
I'm not Bruce
Joey?
Pearl, so sorry to let everybody down.
He's not. No, he's
Except
not.
Justin. Justin was excited.
Yeah, well, I know I'm a little behind on this, Joey. I'm going to tweet this out so you can share it to your friends and everyone else on Twitter. But let's do this off the top. Chris, you have anything to say to your peer here, Joey Dwyer?
I don't know who I'd pick. If I had who loves basketball more between Max and Joey, these guys are long lost best friends and don't know it yet.
What about me?
You spend any time around one, it's like spending time around the other. So this you guys know Max. I'm looking forward to you getting to know Joey too. Joey literally will stay up till 2 a.m. watching. Blake, you'll love this. Watching the Big West.
Yes. You better be watching Russell Turner run some offense there at UC Irvine. The Anteaters are doing their thing this season.
More so Hawaii. That's the team.
Yes.
You like a little Ron Gannett. Okay.
That's the team of destiny in the Big West.
All right. You heard it here first. We're bringing Joey in to help us cover SEC basketball, and we're talking Big West. Great start here. But here's the deal, folks. We're going to announce and let you know that Joey is going to be helping us here moving forward. He's going to be helping us do some written features on SEC basketball players, coaches, etc. So Joey is going to be joining us here. You'll get to read some of his stuff. We're working on that. He's already sent me one. I know he's thinking, why has this guy still not got this published yet? I'm working on it, Joey. We're putting together a 14-hour live stream here this week. But yes, Joey is going to be a great asset helping us as a contributor here at Southeastern 16 do a variety of fun things. And again, the written stuff, you're going to get to read his work. I think you're going to find some really, really fun stories going on around this league. So, Joey, you're the man. There you go.
I don't know about that. Thank you guys for the opportunity to do that. I think we could really maximize this thing if we could start writing more. And I think this is only the start of it. I'm only going to be able to do something once a week or so, probably a column or a feature each week. And other than that, I think we're going to look far and wide to see how else we're going to fill out the staff. And I think it could be really good. I called Max one day just to talk, and we kind of just came up with this idea out of the blue. So we'll see how it works, but I'm excited about it. There's a Josh Hubbard feature coming in the next day or two. So looking forward to that. And thank you guys for the opportunity to do it. It'll be a great compliment to my work with Chris. By the way, subscribe to the board, Chris. I don't know if you said the line yet, but there might be another picture of you on Twitter tonight with a promo.
Oh, great.
To the board. So let's keep it rolling.
All right. Well,
What an intro.
Look at that. I mean, tremendous stuff, right? Let's talk about the Commodores. Joey, retweet this while I'm talking to you so you can get your Commodore friends in here. But all right. So, Joey, you wrote something interesting about Mark Byington and his use of analytics. And you know how much we love the analytics here at Southeastern 16. Chris, is always trying to poke fun at me for my up and down love of the analytics at times. But what did you learn? Because, I mean, I think that was something we knew, right, with Mark Byington coming in. Like, people, we had talked about that in the past and sort of just – and, look, he's not the only one, right? We all talk about analytics and the importance in this era especially. But curious, we'll point people to your column on that. But I think it's kind of a fascinating read on the staff's approach to it.
Yeah, Mark Byington, in just about every sense of the word, is a basketball nerd. I think you can tell that with a conversation with him. And he's got the prototypical SEC head coach line where he's telling you he doesn't care about the AP poll. I thought it was interesting. He brought up how much he pays attention to the net, though, and how much he pays attention to KenPom and all the numbers he gets there. And an analytic they use called Just Play, I think, is really useful for them as well. I want to probe in more on that next time we talk to him. But that's really what I gathered is he is very analytically driven. He also values some feel, too. But I think it is an interesting asset at this point of his build with all the new transfers and the way they're trying to build this thing with guys who haven't played together to kind of see what lineups work, to see what lineups rebound well, what lineups score well, what lineups can move it a little bit more. They seem to have numbers to kind of back up whatever they're trying to look at. And I think that's pretty useful and something that more coaches should probably do. Mark Byington, though, like I said, he said he doesn't pay attention to the AP poll. Chris and I had this conversation a lot about Clark Lee. We're not sure if we actually believe him, but I think just knowing that he's kind of looking at all those other things should make Vanderbilt fans excited because I think that is a topic of discussion within their staff pretty consistently.
Joey, I want to ask you, I think with this team, we know that the league dog probably going to be Jason Edwards. I think we know that A.J. Hogarth is going to have the ball in his hands a lot. I think we know Devin McLaughlin's going to be a big part of what they do underneath. I think we know Tyler Nickel is going to be shooting a lot of shots off the wing because he feels a need there that maybe they don't have from other guys. Who do you as the biggest wild card going forward, or maybe the biggest wild card issue on the team if you want to do two there?
I think the two that I talk about there is first Tyler Nickel. He shot it all right when you boil it down completely throughout non-conference play, but overall I think in the bigger games just didn't make shots and shot probably too many of them. Jalen Carey's another one too. Carey, I think they had really high expectations for. It really has not delivered to this point. He's got to be more physical. He's got to make more shots from the perimeter, and he's got to be smarter with the ball. He's the guy they rely on to pass. Those are the two guys that if they get going, I think unlock a completely different gear for them. Nickel could be a really, really nice piece for them offensively, and I think they were expecting more out of him than they've gotten to this point. If him and Hogarth can consistently play well, which I know that we have evidence of throughout their careers, they haven't really done that at any of their previous spots. They've both been a little bit inconsistent, but if they can do that, they're a different team. And then if Jalen Carey can be a serviceable 20 to 25 minute per game big, then you've really got something there. And I think Carey is probably the most important player they've got just because they are so depleted in their size. I talked to Chris Dorsch a day or two ago, and he was saying he thinks you need 4 bigs in the SEC to really be able to compete. You have 20 fouls with that and a lot more rebounding ability, a lot more lineup flexibility. Vanderbilt's got 2 that I think they're comfortable playing, and I think that's a problem to this point, guys.
Joey, we probably don't have a ton of people right now in the chat that have watched a whole bunch of Vandy. Maybe they caught the Drake game, maybe they caught the TCU or the Seton Hall Big East game, something like that. For those that have not seen him yet, talk a little bit about Tyler Tanner, his progression, maybe your personal expectation and how he's exceeded that and whatnot, what he brings to this team, because that is a name right now in the SEC that when we're talking about these freshmen of the year, who do you like freshman of the year? Tyler Tanner's not a name that's being brought up on the regular, but when you look at the numbers on the stat sheet, he pretty much clears everybody right now. So I just wanted to kind of give you the floor to highlight him a little bit.
For sure. I think you got to take it to Brentwood Academy last year when you're watching him and you're saying, man, he can really put it on the floor. He can really create for others. I thought his passing ability was something that was shown a lot last year that hasn't really been shown this year, which is kind of ironic considering he hasn't turned it over throughout all of non-conference play. That was the stat of the week on the Vanderbilt beat, and maybe in the entire SEC, Tyler Tanner not turning it over throughout non-conference play and having 32 steals, 28 assists, just unbelievable stuff. But maybe the thing I've been more surprised with, and obviously that's surprising, I talked to somebody close to Tyler Tanner before they played in Charleston, actually two people that were close to Tyler Tanner, if you're picking up my drift, and they said, man, at Brentwood Academy, he did not guard a lick. And right now, he's one of their better defenders analytically. I think he really gets after it. He's on pace to be one of the steals leaders in the season in program history. That's been a big aspect of his game. And another thing with him, too, he really hasn't unlocked everything that he showed in high school and on the UIBL circuit offensively. I think they've kind of pigeonholed him into a catch-and-shoot defend role, more of a 3-and-D role and a secondary ball handler role, whereas they could really unlock him if they allow him to maybe put it on the floor a little more and initiate a little bit more offense, which might not come this year. Hogard and Huffman both have good assisted turnovers. Both are veteran guys, but down the line, I think Tyler Tanner is a guy that they really want to keep. We talked to the head of their NIL, I think yesterday morning, and he basically told us they're trying to lock guys up down the line long term, and Tyler Tanner, I think, is at the top of their list.
Wow. All right, Joey. The size. Like, everybody's that's what everybody's going to bring up as we go into SEC play is, just when you look at just the average height, like all those Ken Pom numbers, we love that one. It's just average height, right? And people are going to ask when you have a team that's, playing 6'4", 6 foot, 6'4", 6'7", 6'7", 6'8", like, what do you think about all of the expectations that this will be the downfall of the Vanderbilt Commodores in SEC play, or can they just keep playing to their strengths and just be a team based on how they play, up-tempo style, they're getting out in transition, that kind of stuff, to where you're not exactly sitting there and have to, run a 28-second possession every single time down the floor. How do you see this whole size debate playing out for them over the next 2 months?
I think that's going to be the story to watch surrounding the team. I couldn't tell you exactly how it's going to play out, but the numbers tell you that it might not be great. They were out-rebounded in 3 of their 4 games against Power 5 teams to this point. I think they've had some real struggles, particularly in that Drake game with defending opposing bigs, and their guys haven't gotten a ton of foul trouble yet. I think McLaughlin's fouled out of a game or 2, but that's about it. I look at height, and Mark Byington has sworn to me that height doesn't matter as much with bigs as people say. I don't know if I fully agree with him. He told me once that guys who have big heads can kind of trick people with heights, and you want to look more at wingspan and things along those lines. So I guess he's right. He knows more than me, but I do think there's something there. Their best big is 6'8" and isn't necessarily a load down there, as Stackhouse would have said. I think that's something to note, and they're going to have to be different. They've known that even before Kajani Wright went down with an undisclosed non-basketball related thing. I'll leave it at that. But Carey and McLaughlin, I think, are both guys that are going to have to play a lot of minutes, and they're going to have to do some things that they probably didn't think they would necessarily be asked without Wright on the floor, and they would have been weak with Wright even in the rotation, but he was their best shot blocker. I thought he was their best defensive big. Now they're obviously really shorthanded, and they got to keep their guys out of foul trouble, and most of all, they've got to be able to find some answers defensively and on the glass. I don't think they're a terrible rebounding team as it currently stands. Their guards have gotten better throughout non-conference play, getting on the glass, but also baking the quality of opponent there when you talk about that. They've played Austin Peay, Citadel, and New Orleans in those games. But, guys, I am worried about it. I think they're going to have to make more shots from the perimeter than they've made. They've shot 33% from 3 on the year. That's a problem. And it's gotten better, again, but quality of opponent factored in there as well. They've shot 40% from 3, I think, their last 3 games. All bye games, though. So that's the thing I'm more curious about, because I think we know size is going to be somewhat of a hiccup. It's can they play fast enough to negate it, and can they shoot it well enough? Because I think they have capable shooters, but the percentages career-wise don't necessarily lend credence to the fact or the case that they're going to drastically improve as a shooting team. They're still going to play lineups with Grant Huffman and Chris Magnon and Jalen Carey out there, all 3 guys who have not proven to be capable of 3-point shooters at this level. So that's another worry, too. I think those two kind of go hand in hand, because you've either got to have size, you got to be able to shoot to win in this league. And right now, I think both of those things are question marks at best for them.
Joey, I'm going to give you maybe the glass half full, the glass half empty scenario with them with regards to that, and just see how you process this. The glass half full would be, okay, they're 12-1. The one team that they played was really tall was Nevada, which they beat in a not like a low possession game, but not a fast paced game either. So those are two things right there that you said that could give us a problem, if you're Vanderbilt, and it didn't. On the other hand, you look at this league and you say, goodness gracious, the bigs in this league. You're going to see the two kids at Tennessee pretty quickly. You're going to see a Mississippi State team that maybe isn't as big, but it's physical. You're going to see Big Cliff at Alabama. You're going to see Tommy Howe at Florida. I mean, you're going to see a lot of dudes who can really play. But between that and the fact that I don't know that some of these guards that they're going to see in the league are as loose with the ball as some of the teams that they've played outside the SEC, that to me that's the glass half empty. So where does that settle in the middle? And maybe the answer to me is they've just got to play without foul trouble down low, which is almost going to be impossible.
And I think they've got to not turn it over as well. They were top 10 in the country in offensive turnover percentage and non-steal turnover percentage throughout non-conference play. That matters. That's gotten them more possessions even when they haven't made shots. But Chris, I do think there's a lot to what you're saying there. I think there's a lot that's going to run up on them in SEC play that they're going to be like, oh crap, we haven't seen that yet. I think their non-conference slate was intended to be harder than it actually was. It ended up at 346 in the country, and Drake's big, almost went for his career high against them too in that one game they lost. So I don't know if there's a bunch of take over the game type bigs like a Colin Castleton in the league anymore. I think there's a couple. Obviously, Janai Broom is one that will just torch Vanderbilt, I would guess. But I think they can probably survive more with that than they could a couple years ago, especially with the style they play. There's a lot to question, though. I think the turnovers are going to keep them in games. They're not going to force the amount of turnovers that they had throughout early non-conference play, and that's going to hamper them a little bit. They had so many free and easy baskets throughout that point of the season. But, yeah, I think the thing to cling on if you're a Vanderbilt fan, I guess, is they have put themselves in a really good spot with the way they scheduled and the way that they beat the teams. Obviously, bye games did not feel like bye games on West End for a couple years under Stackhouse. They lost too many of them. They blew everybody out this year, essentially. I think the only game that was close was the SEMO game, and Jackson State was closer than it should have been. Those two are the only ones that you look at and are necessarily unhappy with. But, man, they've put themselves in a good spot. They're 34th in the net. That's best in program history since the Nets release in 2018. They've got something here, and I think they've only got to win 6, 7, 8, maybe 9 games to be in the conversation. I think 8 or 9 probably gets them in, but 6 or 7, they're in the conversation. So it all depends, but they don't have a bad loss, and I think their resume is pretty good now. And I think that's the biggest thing to look at as a positive at this point.
All right, Joey. We're going to get you out of here on this, okay? I told you I was going to let you be part of the experience, so you get to. All right, guys, let's ask the trivia question again. How many turnovers does Tyler Tanner have this season?
That's a tough question.
What's the answer, Joey? You know the answer.
It is 0.
It's 0. So the way I look at it, the one thing you could say about Tyler Tanner is that he is reliable, right? As Justin points out here. Very reliable. Very reliable. And so, Max, I'll let you pull up the comments of the ones have starred of what's about to come. But there's someone else I know that honestly may be just as reliable as Tyler Tanner. And to be honest with you, I think Tyler Tanner's got a future in basketball. But if he doesn't, I'll tell you right now, I'm going to tell this young man that he needs to go get a job at the one and only Sanders Logistics. You knew it was coming right there. We're 2.5 hours into this thing. I've never been more excited for an ad read. Sanders Logistics, Joey Dwyer, is formerly known as Ted R. Sanders Moving. They are a leader among moving companies in Nashville, Tennessee, and the surrounding area. Their team of professional movers, here we go, Tyler Tanner, you're listening right here, focused on delivering efficient, hassle-free moving at an affordable price. They don't turn it over either. They're just like Tyler Tanner. 0 turnovers. These guys have moved 6,274 million people. It's not even a real number. But that's how many people they've moved throughout this entire experience, formerly known as Ted R. Sanders Moving. And they've not turned it over one time. Whether you're moving across town or across the country, Sanders Logistics has you covered. Visit them at TedRSandersMoving.com. My goodness. I'm fired up. 2.5 hours in.
That might have been the best one yet. That might have been
Let's
the best
go 4
one
more
yet.
hours. I'll read Sanders Logistics again at 2 a.m. Who's here
That was
for
an
it?
honor. That was
I
an
heard
honor.
they move Jerry Stackhouse, Sam. That there's one for you.
Chris, is
boy.
Sanders Logistics associated with Jason Sanders?
Now there's a deep cut right there.
We can only hope.
The deep cut. All right, Joey, before you get kicked off of here for that, we'll let you go. Again, Joey will be back. You'll get to read his stuff on our website. We'll send you the links once the Josh Hubbard one goes up. We're working on some other stories for him. So, again, Joey's going to be a great addition. Check out all of his stuff, Vandy 24/7. And, yes, great stuff here. Joey Dwyer.
Yes. Thank you, guys. I'm excited. Thank you for the opportunity. We'll talk soon.
All right. There you go,
Appreciate
folks.
it, Joey.
The one and only Joey Dwyer, not only getting to talk SEC basketball on a Friday night, getting to talk Sanders Logistics. And another ad. Oh, no, it's like a secret ad.
Whoops.
Sorry, that was for another one of our shows, folks.
Finger slipped. Finger slipped.
It's 2.5 hours in, the first finger
Hey,
flip of the night. That's,
There you go.
come on.
And my
There
bad.
you go. How about this? Sorry, my cough after that read. I got to get a little water. Donovan thinks, everyone's favorite beverage, Blake black coffee. Are you kidding me? I'm about to give you a big revelation here. Max is apple juice. Chris is caffeine-free Diet Coke.
You don't even want to know.
Guys, I
Not
could
even
not
close.
tell you the last time I had anything resembling caffeine.
That's crazy.
If you think that I'm giving these Sanders Logistics read with pumped up on caffeine, it's not even true. Okay? Imagine though if I did have that, right? So, yeah. Hey, can we ask these guys? Can we get like one of those like CGI things where we can like just have it like just kind of going across the screen while we're talking?
Yep.
I wonder if they can get us one of those. You think? So, anyways, there you go. So
I'm a diet soda guy through and through. I love a diet soda.
all right, there you have it. But okay, so Justin, I realize what I said. You guys know I didn't mean it like that. That was just we're talking Sanders Logistics here. Come on, Justin, you know I wouldn't do something like that. Don't you put that on me in the chat. All right. Okay, here's what we're gonna do before we have another interview that's about to pop up. Okay?
We had a big super chat, Blake, that we got to get to.
Oh, sorry.
Big
Yeah,
one.
I'm sorry. I've been behind on this stuff. So, where is it?
Tony is still watching, and I think the keyboard was
Oh, here we go.
telling him
He said that too, I think.
enough typing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
But Tony with $20. Holy smokes!
Wow,
Thank you so much. But yeah, Tony, and then he says, "Yeah, my keyboard messed up,"
said it.
and he meant to say thanks so much for tonight's live show. Thank you, Tony.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, there you go. Yeah, thanks, Tony. We appreciate everything there. You're always supporting the channel, always hopping in these streams, so we do appreciate that. But all right, so here's what we're gonna do. What are you laughing at, Chris?
Nothing.
Probably Sam Smith, I'm sure. So,
Of course.
all right. So up next, here's what we're gonna do. Actually, Max, I'm gonna call a little bit of an audible here because there are a couple things we have not done, and one of the things is pull up the injury report for tomorrow's games. So I'm going to do that. You have it? Okay, I'll let you pull that up then. Because as we said, remember, Garth discussed that. Like, they're going to start doing the injury reports 7 p.m. Central on Friday nights for the Saturday games, and of course, you'll be able to do that relating to everything there. But, okay, so let's run through it, Max. Florida, Kentucky, no surprises here. Kirk Reese is out, and that's kind of your story, right?
Yep. Go down to Georgia.
How
Ole
many
Miss.
more weeks does he have? He's still a couple of weeks out, right?
If you
think
ask
so.
Mark Pope, he should have been back 2 weeks ago.
Remember that?
On that 10-day plan, remember? So,
Yeah.
all right. Georgia, Ole Miss.
I love this interface. I mean, they did not
That's
have to put this much work into it. They could have just put in a little sheet and just wrote it. Nope. Just means more here.
Tremendous.
pretty much all healthy. Rob Coward with a questionable tag for Georgia and Ole Miss.
Yep.
And then we go down to Arkansas. Oh, I haven't seen
one.
this yet. I'm seeing this for the first time.
Yep.
John L. Davis, probable tag. He was projected 0.0 points at the beginning of the week, but they just put his projection up. Fantasy reference there. JP Estrella is out. Moving down, South Carolina, Mississippi State. Kanye Clary still out. We really don't have a timetable for that. I have looked far and wide for a timetable, and everything is indefinitely on Clary.
Yep.
So until we see a questionable tag, I'm just going to assume he's out.
Here's an interesting one.
Whoa.
So for Missouri, Trent Burns is out. Peyton Marshall questionable. Caleb Grill questionable. And so that's noteworthy. Everybody available for Auburn, which no one ever wants to see that if you're the opponent. But we knew that was the case for Auburn, though. No questions there. But the Caleb Grill one would be significant, obviously, in a game like this. So
yes.
Did that get officially diagnosed as a concussion?
I'm not sure. I don't have a confirmation on that.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you.
Alex Hemingway is out for the Doors. Jalen Reed, as we knew, is out. And then Damian Collins, questionable. Collins with a questionable tag. He's been healthy.
Yeah.
And that'll be really important against the Vandy front court. We just talked about that for, 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Oklahoma right cell is out.
Knew that.
So that means that Goodine is good to go for Oklahoma.
Yeah, everyone's, not even all available.
And then Texas and A&M all available. I bet. Okay, what do you want to guess that just from this game, either Texas or A&M has a questionable tag on their next game, just because of the rock fight that this is going to be.
Just a complete, I hear you.
So there you have it.
All right. Okay, so we're going to do one more thing, Max. I'm going to give you about 1 minute to do this next thing, and then we're going to hop into our last pre-recorded interview we have, and then we'll have some other stuff coming after that, folks. So hang on. We're about to get to the fun portion where we're just going to sit around, chat with you guys, and we also may have a couple other impromptu guests jump in. So, Max, I want you to run through the BetOnline spreads for tomorrow's games while I'm doing this other thing real quickly.
All righty. Let me refresh just so I don't catch any line movement early. All right. Here we go. Running down from... We're going to start for tip times. I think this is in chronological order. Kentucky -2.5 over Florida. I believe that opened up at -1.5. So that's moved out to -2.5 for Kentucky. We were curious about that one pregame. Ole Miss is a -4 point favorite over Georgia. -4. A little steep in my opinion. Moving on down, the next game, Arkansas, Tennessee. Woo! Tennessee -13 right now.
Ooh.
Wowza. Okay, Tennessee -13 over the Hogs right now. And then moving on down, next game is South Carolina at Mississippi State. Mississippi State is a -10.5 point favorite. I think I nailed that one right on. So lofty spread there for the Gamecocks to overcome on the road, something they did multiple times last year. Moving on, next game. Where is it? It's a ways down. Oh, Missouri at Auburn. Oh, my Lord. Yeah. Auburn is -18.5 right now at home against Missouri. Wow. That is a steep spread for an SEC opener, given the way the conference is. I guess that tells you how good Auburn has been. LSU is an underdog, +2.5 point underdog against Vandy. Is that the first home underdog so far?
Are you sure?
LSU is a 2.5 point underdog. Yes.
Vandy's favored that was. You're right. Okay, I thought I had heard it was reverse. Interesting.
Vandy is about a basket favorite. Alabama is -12.5 at home against Oklahoma. It's a large spread given the AP rankings. And then Texas and Texas A&M. Texas A&M is a -5 point favorite. So there you have it. Opening spreads.
All right. Please continue.
Biggest surprise there, Chris?
Finished.
There was a few large spreads, but I guess kind of warranted given the home and away.
Ken Palm's got LSU by 3. Odds makers have got
Wow.
Vandy by 5. Is that the Collins? And what's up with that?
I think it could be a little bit of Vanderbilt being 12-1, maybe. But I mean, 11-2.
Jalen Reed too, but that's been built in for a while.
Yeah, that is a little bit surprising. I thought Tennessee being -13 was a bit wide. But even though
they're so
I
good
could
in
see
that
them,
building.
I know that's what I'm saying. At home, I can see it. I can see why.
And here's the thing: Arkansas is a little thin, and if that gets to be a foul fest, with Davis already way less than 100%, Brazil is a little injury prone here and there, even though he's not on the injury report. I don't know, that one to me, I wouldn't touch. Arkansas is talented, but I mean Tennessee can just beat anybody to smithereens in that building at any time.
We got this comment earlier. Who you got on Kentucky versus Florida? And we have a spread of Kentucky -2.5 against an undefeated Florida team that, other than maybe a few minutes against North Carolina, really has not trailed the entire season. Any surprises? Ken Palm's got Florida winning by 1 point. Any surprise on Vegas giving Kentucky a bit of respect in Pope's opener there?
No, isn't that just what you guys called? You see, Ken Palm's got him by 1, but I think Kentucky will be favored by a point or 2.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all.
No. All right.
I'll tell you what. I have a thought. I thought that to me, Georgia Ole Miss was maybe the most interesting game tomorrow, just because the styles make the fight thing. But Mark Pope with an opener with the Florida team that we think could be as good as anybody, but we're not sure. That's probably your game of the day.
You guys both picked Kentucky, right?
Yes.
I'm the lone Gator.
Yep. That's it. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We got one more pre-recorded interview that's going to play right now. It's about, 16, 17 minutes long, something like that. Just letting you guys know up front. If you want to take a quick break, go for it. But if you're an Arkansas fan, you better not take a quick break, because we're talking to Jackson Collier of HawgBeat, and we talk all about the Razorbacks. Guess if you're a Kentucky fan, you may not want to take a break either, because we're going to talk about John Calipari a little bit and his offense as well, which I'm sure you guys will have plenty of comments on in the chat. But we're talking about that with Jackson Collier. Got some fun stuff to discuss with him. We did this pre-recorded interview. Then we'll be back on, and that's where we will turn the show over to you guys. May have a few other surprise guests hop on. We'll see. 2.5 hours into the SEC basketball tip-off marathon. We got thumbs up going up on the screen there. 1,800 people watching. 9:40 p.m. Central Time on Friday night. So we appreciate you guys. Let's get into the interview with Jackson Collier. Continues here, folks. Southeastern 16. We are now joined by Jackson Collier. Of course, he writes for HawgBeat, does a great job covering Arkansas basketball. And I told him I was going to ask him this, and he probably thought it was going to be at the end, but I'm going to do this right off the bat. We're going to make this thing juicy.
Oh no.
Jackson Collier, right off the bat, give me the formula for Arkansas to beat number 1 in the AP poll. Got to make sure that's clear for everyone, because I know some people are going to get upset about that. Tennessee Vols on Saturday in Knoxville. Give me the formula. How can it happen?
Oh, it's tough because, Tennessee's a very good team. They obviously are going to have home court advantage. They're number 1 for a reason. They do a lot of things well. So Arkansas is going to have to play a near perfect game to win. And that's going to include, they're going to have to shoot a higher volume from 3 than normal and make them. They're going to have to get to the free throw line and make free throws. I think Adu Thiero is going to be a major key in trying to attack the middle of that defense and try to get some of Tennessee's bigs in foul trouble. You're going to really have to crash the glass, close out possessions, and prevent Tennessee from getting any second chance points on offensive rebounds. But really, trying to offensive rebound and generate second chance points for themselves if they're not finishing at the rim, because Tennessee does a great job defending in the paint and at the rim. They're just overall one of the best defensive teams in the country. So, I mean, really, it's in terms of a formula, it's just doing the basics really, really, really well, because Tennessee is just such a fundamentally sound basketball team.
JC, by the time this airs, we will probably have that first preliminary report of the new SEC injury report, which is, Blake, it's 7 Central tonight, around then,
so it's
correct?
going to go around the time this stream started. So whenever we decide to air this, you guys will already have this, and we'll probably have shared it. But, yeah.
So by this time, we'll have some sort of designation for John L. Davis, but it's been a kind of a wild ride of a long injury history. I was just kind of wondering, like, in it doesn't have to be like down to the exact day or week, but just kind of like paint the injury timeline here for John L. Davis's wrist, kind of how it started, or kind of just what we're working with, because it's kind of confusing.
So I don't know how much I'm supposed to share on this. I'm just going to share what I feel like I can. But essentially, he got hurt in the offseason with his wrist injury and stuff, and went a pretty extended period of time without shooting a basketball, from everything I'm told. And this is a pretty reliable source that I got this information on. I won't say how long he was out for, but it was an extended period of time. And so then, he came around and finally got to, I think he didn't start practicing for like after, as soon as that injury kind of was healing up. I don't think he started practice until like the week of the Kansas exhibition. So it was an extended period in the offseason, not practicing at all, not shooting. Comes in and, Kansas exhibition, he's still not 100%. And I think, he's played a majority of this season. He's been playing in a role that is not his traditional role. He has been playing with that wrist still hurt. I don't know if you've watched enough of the Razorback games this year. There have been certain times he'll get a deflection, or he'll hit the floor, or even after a jump shot, he'll look at his wrist and he'll grimace a little bit. He's still hurting. And that's because, he hadn't been 100%. I think one source told me that he's been around 80, 85% for most of the season. And so it was kind of just a decision. Hey, we want you to be 100% for SEC play. And, if you're not progressing anymore while you're playing through it, essentially the rehab had kind of slowed and stopped while he was actively playing. So they said, let's kind of take it back. Let's pull you back a little bit. Let's see if we can get you 100% for conference play. So all that said, I don't know if he'll be 100% for Tennessee. I don't know if he'll dress out for Tennessee, but I think the hope was that sitting him out these last 2 games was that he would be ready and be 100% for Tennessee. I don't know if that changes his role, and I can't guarantee that he'll be 100% for the Tennessee game, but I think that was their hope.
Yep.
The defense, because I remember talking to multiple people in the offseason, and we probably brought it up when we talked to you, but I think it surprised some people how good they've been or consistent they've been at times defensively. Now, I know in some of those games, look at the Illinois game, I get it, but I feel like that has been kind of something to me, and especially getting Jonas Adu back is certainly going to make a big difference now as you get into these kind of games. But what stood out with you in terms of like the defensive aspect of this team? Because we always love, and I feel like we've done this over the years with Cal's teams, right? Like, yes, he's always going to have just superstar type offensive players, and certainly Boogie Flan has showcased that, and others as well. Zero's done that. But what stood out with them defensively? Because I feel like that's the thing. If they're going to wind up keep moving up the ladder here in the SEC, I think that's going to be the thing we may be talking about more than anything else.
No, yeah, absolutely. I think first things first, they're really good on the perimeter. They have really great lateral quickness between Boogie Flan and DJ Wagner, and even John L. Davis. When he's played, he's been really consistent and really quick and aggressive on the perimeter. So those 3 guys kind of set the pace from the get-go. They're really good at pushing the ball out and making offensive start extended a little bit. They don't give up straight line drives all that much, which is, not to be too mean to the last staff. That was like one of the biggest issues over multiple years was straight line drives. And so that's kind of been eradicated. Then you add the versatility of guys like Carter Knox, Billy Richmond, and Adu Thero, who can guard multiple positions. They can guard – those three guys can essentially guard 2 through 4, and then Thero can even guard an undersized 5 at times. So I think the versatility aspect really helps them as well. The whole team is very athletic as well. So if they, for some reason, don't have their rotations down pat, if they're for some reason they're late or delayed or they're not in good fundamental position, they're athletic and quick enough they can recover. And I think that's why you see teams shoot such a high volume of threes against the Razorbacks. It's because they sometimes get out of position, but also such a low percentage because the recovery has been so strong on those. Then on top of that, you have Jonas Adu, you have Trevin Brazil, and you have Big Z, Zvonimir Ivisic, who are all pretty good rim protectors. I would say Brazil and Adu are legitimate rim protectors, especially if Brazil gets in a matchup against a more traditional 4 instead of a more traditional 5. And in help side situation, Brazil is fantastic at blocking shots. Adu's more your traditional, back him down and he'll hold his ground and be really good defending straight up. Big Z just has a really long wingspan and is really tall, so that helps him defend. So I think all of those things combined kind of just make up for a really solid defensive team. I think you still see lapses. You still have teams who can perform well against them. We saw that against Illinois, like you mentioned. They just caught fire. I think Arkansas fans can feel a little bit better about that, considering what Illinois did to Oregon last night, because Arkansas's effort wasn't that bad, thankfully. But yeah, just a little bit of everything, like being pretty good at most things and being athletic enough to recover.
JC, so when we look at the offense, just cover the defense, we look at the offense, extremely high field goal percentage around the basket, just ultra efficient, top 10 in the nation right now in 2-point field goal percentage. So when we put those two together, the defense, and then, match that up with the offense, and you look at kind of the SEC that we're working with here, every game is probably going to be tough. Just that's the nature of the beast this year. But what types of teams, not you don't have to say a specific team, but like what styles do you think will really play well into Arkansas? Like, oh, I'm glad we're catching this game on the road because we have this plays right into our style here. And then on the flip side, maybe I'm glad we're catching this game at home because if we were to play this on the road, it could get out of hand because of this. Kind of take that where you want. But anything you're seeing so far with that?
Yeah, it's difficult because I think with the talent that Arkansas has, they can potentially match up well against anybody. It's just a matter of will they actually beat certain teams. They won't win every game, obviously. That's tough. I'm going to have to say like one of the types of teams that are typically super physical that are not going to shoot the ball really well, that are kind of free throw line and offensive rebound. I guess they built their whole scheme around that. I'm looking at Buzz Williams and Texas A&M. I think that kind of plays well into Arkansas's hands. I think Arkansas still loses that game, but that type of team is probably the better matchup for Arkansas because Arkansas is a good defensive rebounding team, so they won't give up a ton of offensive rebounds. They have a propensity not to foul. They don't put teams on the free throw line, so that kind of eliminates that from a Texas A&M standpoint. And then also, on the other hand, Arkansas has been really efficient at scoring as well, which Texas A&M typically does not allow teams to score efficiently. So I think that type of team, Arkansas really kind of plays well against. Maybe Arkansas wins on the road to Texas A&M. I think it's better to get that matchup. I think, do they have them both at home? And no, it's Texas. They have home and away.
Yes.
But I think that's that style of team. As far as teams that I think they'll struggle against, teams that move the ball really well, teams that can reverse ball reversals, ball movement, and also a little bit of transition. So teams like Kentucky, Arkansas fans might not like me saying that, but I think a team like Kentucky will give Arkansas some issues. A team like Tennessee could as well. Texas is weird because they shoot really high percentage from the 3-point line. and they are so versatile with their size and their athleticism. But also they're really weird because they play a super slow pace and they don't shoot a ton of threes. So I don't really know what to make of that sort of a team, because I think there are one or two other teams like that in the SEC as well. And I don't know what to make of that matchup specifically.
Well, to tie it back in, Kentucky and Arkansas fans are both going to be interested, I think, in this question. Speaking of offense, what have you liked? What haven't you liked so far about the John Calipari offensive scheme that they're running this season? Sounds like a football question, but you know my point, because that's the thing that people have picked on Cal for over the years towards the end of the Kentucky era. What have you seen so far just in terms of how they're running their offense? We've talked about the individual players and such, and I think going back to the initial part, as they get healthier, I think the offense will get better, and we've seen them, over these past several games, you've seen them really kind of turn it on, right? But what has kind of impressed you most about the offense, and what are some things you feel like, okay, they still need to tweak these kind of things if they're going to be successful in SEC play?
Yeah, it's tough. I think I like generally how the pieces all fit together. I think there were questions from many people coming into the season about the roster construction, and I think the offense fits pretty well. The pieces all fit pretty well. I do like how they've kind of prioritized Thero in the offense. He's a guy who can go get his own from the wing, or they can throw it to him down low and he can kind of isolate in the post because he's so versatile and he's really showing his skill set. And I think that's a huge plus. Letting DJ Wagner and Boogie Flan kind of do their own thing and initiate the offense has been good. I don't necessarily think that's running an offense, but I think that's just being able to let your guys go make plays, and they've done it. DJ Wagner's shown significant improvement in shooting from the 3-point line too, so I think that helps. And they've shown some sets. They run a really nice ball screen action, especially with Trevin Brazile out there and with Jonas Adu out there. They run a really nice pick and roll set. Brazile and Adu have shown a propensity to be able to slip screens and be a threat there. Ball reversals have been key sometimes. Got to knock down the shots, but Carter Knox has been knocking down shots of late. John L. Davis, when he's healthy, has been knocking down shots on the ball reversals. So I think there are some things there that are that he's doing well, and outside of just the players making plays. Some things I don't like though. Half court is very iffy on if it'll be successful or not. It seems like sometimes they'll just dribble the ball for 10 to 15 seconds with no aim, I guess. Or it's like they're surprised when they see a zone. It's like, oh, what do we do here? And it takes them like multiple possessions to get familiar with what they're seeing, which is kind of odd. I don't necessarily like the role that John L. Davis has played. I don't know if that's because of the injury, or if that's the role that they wanted him to play, being this kind of like spot up corner shooter. But I think having him more in a ball dominant role moving forward would make him more comfortable. And I think that might help the offense as well, because then you've already seen that Wagner and Flan can dominate the ball and penetrate, get to the rim. But if you have three guys doing that pretty consistently, I think that'll make it even that much harder to defend, because you're going to have three guys on the floor at the same time who have the ability to drive and shoot from the perimeter and make passes. So I think adding that into the offense would be beneficial. And I would like to see some more shooting on the perimeter from Trevin Brazile. I don't know if that's a him thing or if that's a Cal thing, but there are multiple times he'll pass open a wide open shot. And he's shown in the past, he was like a 35, 36% 3-point shooter over the past 3 years entering this year. So I would like to see him help space a little bit more. The team as a whole is shooting well from the 3-point line, but they're not shooting a high volume. I think having Brazile, even a Billy Richmond, who I think has only shot 1 or 2 threes on the season, if they just add a couple more attempts, I don't think it'll significantly impact the percentage. I think you're still going to have your other guys who are shooting high enough percentage that they're going to be threats regardless. But giving that threat elsewhere, spreading that threat out a little bit more, maybe bring the defense out a little bit, I think will open up driving lanes as well.
I was wondering about Brazile also, because I remember that I don't know how many he had, but I remember that big Duke home win last year when he definitely had multiple. I don't know how many it was, but it was multiple. So last one for me here, JC. When we look at the current bracket projections, I know it's super early, I know, but Bracket Matrix has Arkansas as a 10. What are you looking at for like a kind of a target range of an SEC record that you're like, we get to here, not worried at all, kind of safe spot for Arkansas fans here to go, a record to go in SEC play?
As long as they win 9 games in conference play, they're going to be in the NCAA tournament. They could even get in with 8, depending on where the wins come from.
I agree.
I think Arkansas fans should be happy with that. That'll be a solid first season. I think Arkansas fans are going to expect a little bit more. I think Arkansas actually has a pretty favorable SEC schedule to where they can expect a little bit more. I just released my SEC predictions piece not 30 minutes ago. I did a game-by-game breakdown of every single matchup that Arkansas has, and I think I projected them going 12-6 in conference play. I was on the fence with like 2 or 3 games, one of them being at Texas A&M, one of them being Florida in Bud Walton Arena, and trying to remember another one. But I had them splitting those 2 games. Who knows what they end up being? But I feel like 9-9 really, you're very comfortable. The SEC is the best league we've seen in college basketball in years. Anybody who goes 500 should be in the NCAA tournament. Whether Arkansas fans are happy with the 9-9 season is another question. I think they should be happy with that, though.
Yeah. I just, like you said, I think that's what's going to be the most talked about stuff this season is that teams are going to lose games, but because the league is so strong, that's not the worst thing this season, because even if you get to, I think there are going to be multiple teams get an 8 and 10, just my opinion, but I think that's going to happen. So it'll be interesting to see if the Hogs are one of those teams or if they get closer to that 12-win mark. As you said, I know some people in Fayetteville that'll be happy if that's the case. But Jackson, we always enjoy talking to you. And again, read his stuff, guys. You can just a bunch of great resource for Arkansas basketball. You can find him on Twitter. We'll drop the tweets and all that stuff like we do for all of our guests here on this marathon stream. But Jackson, we appreciate you coming on with us, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for having me. Really enjoy this time always.
All right. Jackson Collier joining us from HawgBeat. You can tell Max, if he wants to know like how many interviews we record, how much stuff have we done over the past couple of days? Like, you hear my voice right there. It's like I could even form, like, it's just that's the way it works. So but
doing what we can.
We're doing what we can. So another great interview here on the stream. 3 hours in, almost 2,000 folks. 2,000 people at 10 p.m. Central, 11 p.m. Eastern on a Friday night. Everybody's ready for the tip-off, which by the way, remember, starts in 12 hours.
Oh, 12 hours. I was just going to say that. Oh, my gosh.
12 hours. How about that?
I guess I'm not sleeping tonight.
How about that? What do you think? Huh? So, of course, Sam's ready. We know that. So, Christian's still here. Well, I told him he had to be able to stay for the whole marathon. But we're not done here yet, okay? Just letting you guys know, we're not done. So, yeah, the 10 a.m. game thing, I'm not sure who. I was stunned when Max told me the game was at 10 a.m. I had no idea.
I had to double check.
So, that's the start of SEC play, though. Kentucky and Florida at 10 a.m. How about that? So,
you're not going to have to wait very long.
All right. Let's do a quick reset. We're 3 hours in. 2,000 people are watching. If you've just jumped in, hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. If you're just joining us for the first time, wonder, do these guys go 3 hours or 4 hours every single night? No. But it's a special occasion because SEC basketball tips off tomorrow in conference play, as we know. So do that for us. Leave a super chat if you want. If you like this stream, donate. You can donate 5 cents, I think, if you want to. I don't know how much is the minimum on the super chat, but you can do that. That just donates to the channel. We can do more of these live streams for you guys. We'll obviously be going live tomorrow as well, reacting to the games. I think the way it's going to work, we'll have some reactions to some of the games as they finish. We will not be able to certainly do it with all of them because they're going to be overlapping and such, but we'll kind of do that during the day for some of the day games, and then at night we'll probably wrap it all up. Kind of put a bow on everything for the day. So, that's kind of where we are. And I know as Big Baller Brett asks, yes, we're going to start doing some of the watch-alongs. Those will come after this weekend. So we'll be doing some of those. For the It Just Means More tier, watching games live with you guys, talking about them in real time. So there you go. Comments, Max?
Yes, we got a great one. This is one of my favorite ones. Buzzer beater 3 for the win. Let's just open it up to the current SEC right now. Who do you want taking that shot? Do you guys have anyone that jumps out right away, or is this you got to really think about it?
Are we talking a jump shot or a drive?
Buzzer beater
3. Buzzer beater 3.
Sorry.
Before people make their claims, I will say I'm not gonna be able to find it right away, but there was a post I saw on X today that was the percentage of usage in crunch time. Who uses their players? What players get used the most in crunch time? It was by this account, like something trends or something like that. And guess who was the most used crunch time, like highest usage in crunch time in the SEC? You're never going to guess who it was. Gainey for Tennessee.
Oh, really?
And when you think about it, yeah, he's the one that has been taking the shots.
I think that's a trick question. How much crunch time have they had? They've been blowing everybody out. The only game let's see, how many close games have they had? Illinois? And he got the ball in his hands late because Ziegler was in foul trouble. And I think someone else was too, correct?
Well, you don't just have to go on and ruin my whole parade on that.
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm joking. Yeah, that is a good point. But I just thought it was interesting that, I mean, even so, even though they only had one game, I thought it was weird that they went to Gainey.
Yeah.
I'm going Chaz Lanier.
That's who's taking your shot?
Mm-hmm. If I'm needing a 3, I'm taking Chaz Lanier. And I know Kobe Brea, percentage-wise, has the best percentage. I had to look it up because I was trying to think. I was like, who has the best percentage? Because I knew Lanier, but I was like, it has to be Brea and Lanier, but who's close to him? Trey Johnson's actually 3rd. But I would probably take Lanier still.
I would take Josh Hubbard.
I was going to say Hubbard would be the first.
I don't know.
I would take him just because out of every player, I know I can trust Hubbard is going to get the shot off. He's going to jump 25 feet into the air, and he'll be able to get that. He'll be able to get a look.
It's fair enough.
I don't know.
You know, here's another one. Chad Baker-Mazara just feels like he's the guy that would want the shot. And that, like, I don't think you think of him first when you're thinking of great shooters, but he's shot a really great percentage. And that's another thing that makes Auburn tough. They've got so many dudes that have shot it at a really high percentage, which is easier when you've got Janai Broom to contend with. But Broom's job gets made easier by what those guys do too.
Yep.
All right. What else we got here? By the way, Mother Carol has given out 5. I don't know. I'm trying to find this.
Oh my
5
goodness.
Southeastern 16 memberships. The problem here is these are random, and of course, you know who got one. Christian. Christian got a special membership. Unbelievable that this was one that was gifted out to him. But no,
it's a sign.
I'm just kidding with Christian. He's been here for the long haul tonight. We appreciate him. So plus 3 hours here.
We had another great question that was actually it was a long debate in the chat that we just couldn't get to. I think it might have been during an interview, but Donovan posed a great question. And I think it was originally just, who do you think the underdog team is? And then this is his elaboration on it. Who's going to get more wins than the Ken Pom projection? Who's going to overperform the most at current projections? And his pick is Mississippi State. Chris? Anything that comes right out to you? Anything jumps out fast?
I'm not as familiar with schedules as you guys are, but try these two on for size, Georgia and Missouri.
Popular picks there. I was going to say Missouri.
Analytically, Missouri just confuses me because I feel like that is a better team just on paper between Mitchell, Robinson, all the guys that they've got, Tamar Bates. And then, again, Caleb Grill has been on the shelf half the year, and with him, they're a much better team.
Yeah, and when you look at that Illinois game, that looks even better now.
Yeah.
Illinois just went to Oregon and it was probably the biggest beatdown of the year. And there's been a few bad beatdowns. That was an annihilation. Illinois looked like an NBA team for a while.
Yeah,
and
that was at Oregon.
Yeah, and Missouri was a possession away from winning that game. So, I mean, as a current projection, they're not a top 50 team on KenPom right now. They're projected to go. KenPom has them going 7-11. I'd be a little surprised, but this is a team that if they go 11-7. I could see that.
Yeah, I'd probably go Missouri, or I still want to say Arkansas, but I mean they're 9-9. I don't think that's too far off.
Missouri's schedule away could be tougher than it is.
Yeah, I think we talked about that. I feel like, didn't we, in some video somewhere? But yeah, so yeah, I would probably go with that.
What about the other way? Who underperforms? Now, you're not going to make too many people happy, no matter where you go with this one.
Well, I mean, let's point out the numbers, okay? Auburn's 15-3 projected in KenPom. Tennessee's 13-5. Florida's 12-6. Alabama's 11-7. Texas A&M, Mississippi State are 10-8. Kentucky's 9-9. Those are the teams that are projected to have 500 or better.
Which one of those teams underperforms?
I don't see like anyone in that range that is
tough.
To me 2 or 3 off. Like I really don't. I'd be surprised if any of those teams just fell off 2 or 3 wins, losses somewhere. I don't know.
I think if LSU doesn't get Vanderbilt at home tomorrow, that feels like maybe the easy answer.
Yeah.
They are projected at 6-12.
And Vandy's one of those 6.
Yeah, they got to go. Well, I mean, I don't know if that's ever easy, but they've got to go to Kentucky, Mississippi State, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Alabama, A&M. I'm just not sure where you get 6 wins if one of them is not tomorrow.
That might be a good shout.
Just in the whole discussion here, like, Oklahoma's projected to go 8-10. They're 13-0. Like, I know we can say the computers don't love them and all this, and the cult of computers, as we talk about many times, but I don't know. Like, is that too pessimistic on the Sooners? Everybody tells me trust me, I get all the tweets about how Oklahoma's fraudulent and all this other stuff. But, I mean, 8-10, I don't know. If you look at their schedule, okay, let's look at their schedule real quick. So, it's not easy. They start at Alabama, home against A&M, at Georgia, home against Texas, home against South Carolina. That's not the worst schedule in the world in the first 5 games. Then they're at Arkansas, at A&M, home against Vanderbilt, at Auburn. Now, that is brutal. Then you keep going. I mean, again, nobody's schedule is easy, but they don't play Tennessee twice. They don't play Auburn twice. They don't play Florida twice, unless I'm just overlooking it. They don't play Kentucky twice. So, I don't know. Something to think about.
I'm going to give you a little something that might support your argument here, because I look at their KenPom page, and of course they're unbeaten. And if you're just saying, Chris, just tell me what they are, what's your guess? I'd say top 15, top 10 nationally. And I think this is what gets them, okay? They beat Stetson by 19. They beat Northwestern State by 16. They beat East Texas A&M by 28. I think a lot of the teams that are racking up goodwill in Ken Palm right now are winning those games by 35 or 40 or 50. The predictives would say, hey, that's the fact that other teams are beating them by more are telling. It might just be, and I don't know what their substitution patterns are, but you have some teams that have said, all right, we're going to game the net by just beating somebody in the smithereens. They're up 40. The walk-ons come in with a minute to play. I don't know what Porter Mosier's done there. That might be your difference.
Yeah, I mean, when I was talking about it the other day, when you just look at just the month of December, so they're 39th going into the Alcorn State game. They don't cover in that game. Wasn't a good game for them. They were coming off of the huge Georgia Tech that crushed Georgia Tech. So then a Saturday game, lay an egg. They dropped 4 spots for not beating Alcorn State as good as they should have. Then they beat Oklahoma State and they move up 5. So you're telling me that just because you don't cover the spread against Alcorn State by as many as you should, that's the same value of moving up and down as going on a neutral and beating Oklahoma State. Then you're 38th going into the Michigan game. You win that on a neutral against the 11th ranked Ken Palm team, and you move up 2 spots. The whole thing has to do with beating the spread or not. And
it's a tool. It's not the end all be all. You're supposed to take it in context of who did you beat, what was the circumstance, all those things. I mean, I don't fault those things for doing what they're told to do.
Right.
You just got to be better in knowing that this is just one piece of the evidence. But it is interesting because a lot of times you do see teams that have that kind of profile that the win-loss record is a lot more than what that suggests. Take a tumble, but I don't know. That's my guess.
I think their Achilles heel is going to be the big physical teams that crash the O glass, and that really hammered inside.
Well, but they've already beaten one big physical team that we thought was a bad matchup.
That's true. That is so. There you go. I don't know.
All right.
There's a
what else
Sooners.
we got? What about? Did we see Donovan's comment earlier about how his theory is that now that we're Southeastern 16 instead of 14, the kiss of death no longer applies?
That's going to be put to the test.
Quite a few of those tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all picked the same team in quite a few games, so we'll know tomorrow for sure. All right, what else we got here as we roll on the stream? Anything you guys?
Trying to find a few more comments here.
Yeah, sorry, I probably haven't caught as many comments as I should.
Here's one from Hunter Johnson. Any concern with Hubbard shooting slump from 3 the last few games? Not from me. Not from me. I'll be honest. I might keep that short and sweet, but I just think a talent like Josh Hubbard, and the volume of threes he's going to shoot, a little bit of a weird what do I want to call it? Weird adjustment without Kanye Clary because he was playing off of him the whole time. Now he's the guy pretty much running the show. So maybe that has to do a little bit with it, but I think he'll be just fine.
Yeah, I'm not worried about him. I mean, you picked him to be the clutch guy to make the 3. I would still, he'd be right there in the top 3. So I'm not concerned. But like we talked earlier, I mean, again with Scott Padgett about just I think the way their guards are playing this season and just the different styles and how they've adapted. And I mean, every coach always says that, like, you're going to build around, you're going to, sometimes it's like, okay, this is the way we're going to play, right? But sometimes it's like, hey, you got to adapt to whatever it is, the roster you have. And like you mentioned, I mean, you're not playing through Tolu Smith anymore like you did for years. Felt like, a decade. But now it's like you have to play through a guy like Josh Hubbard, and that's what he is one of the best playmaking guards in the country. So he'll miss some shots sometimes, but you're still going to count on him to hit the ones that matter the most, and I think he's proven that time and time again. So,
yep. Yeah, Matt, I know. I thought I was going to get more pushback from Big Blue Nation for picking the Gators because on the preview, I was very confident. I don't know why I'm so confident in the Gators in this game. Sometimes you just get a gut feeling and you got to go with it. Could completely come back to bite me and make me look like an idiot, which you can come back tomorrow night and tell me. I'll be here to do that. But I don't know. I like Florida this year. I think they're still not getting enough credit. I know we talked about them a bunch already. We don't have to go into them, but that's a game of the day tomorrow for me.
Okay, that leads me to where I wanted to go. Rank the 3 games of the day in the SEC tomorrow in order that you're just intrigued by them for whatever reason.
Well, definitely. Kentucky, Florida, number 1 for me.
Yeah.
Would you have a different one?
No, I would not.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd pick that one too. I think Tennessee, Arkansas is intriguing for a lot of reasons.
Yep.
I think it's closer than some would put it, but I would put Florida, Kentucky 1. I'd put that one 2. And then I'd probably put Alabama, Oklahoma 3. But, I mentioned this. I don't remember who I thought. We've done so much the past couple of days. But, I said too, I think it's not because of that point spread with Auburn and Missouri. But, I think that's fascinating because if you're Missouri and you're a team that, again, had a losing streak in SEC play last year, we never saw that coming. But it's like, they beat Kansas, and now you've kind of got them in a situation where if you want to prove some of the doubters wrong, right, they're going to point out the non-conference strength of schedule, stuff like that. A lot of people are going to go into that arena this year and get blown out. But, it's like what happens if Missouri goes in there and it's a 5-point game with 5 minutes to go or something, That's what I'm intrigued by to see if that's – because, look what they've done look what they did against Illinois, right? And look what Illinois did against Oregon last night. That was unreal. And so I think it's going to be interesting. But, again, it's just a different beast when you're playing at Auburn. And how do you handle that in game number 1 after you did play a strength of schedule like that, as we said, that – it's not going to do you a ton of favors right now or in March, but they needed those wins, and they needed to build that confidence. And getting that Kansas win took that confidence to another level. But, yeah, so we'll see.
I'll be honest.
I'm going to disagree. Go ahead, Max.
I was going to say my third is Georgia Ole Miss. Just because I feel like if the result is a very confirming Georgia win on the road, I think a lot of people just immediately jump on that bandwagon like the second that game is over. And it's look at the freshmen, look at the height, look at the defense, the physicality. This team is legit as it gets. If Ole Miss defends home court, I think it's just I don't think the reaction is as big as if Georgia goes in there and wins. If Georgia goes to Oxford tomorrow and has a real nice day, we're gonna be here tomorrow night talking about the Bulldogs a lot.
Where I differ from Blake is not that I don't see his point on those games being interesting. I just think that Auburn and Tennessee are already Superman, and it's like they walk into a phone booth and put on a second cape in those buildings. And here's the thing. I just see this is I said this for football this year. You could make a case that almost every game was compelling this year. That I thought that the parity across the league was phenomenal. So like every game that I'm looking at on the schedule this year, most of them are interesting for some reason. And I'm with you. I think Georgia Ole Miss is the one that before I really thought about Kentucky and Florida for reasons that go beyond just the matchup. It's the Mark Pope angle, first game at home, where he'll bring out the coat and tie and all that, I'm sure. But I think because I think Georgia can give Ole Miss problems with Newell that Ole Miss is having trouble with. But then again, that building's going to be lit. Like if Georgia goes in there and gets a road win, that's huge.
Huge. Yep.
But Ole Miss is old. Its guards are old. So I think it's, but Georgia's got good experienced guards too. Some old guys that have played a lot of road games. So I think that's my two. The third one we haven't mentioned, and I'm shocked. And it's Texas A&M and Texas. And a lot of that to me is because we've been for the whole season we've been saying we're not sure what Texas is. They got Trey Johnson, they got the 2 Indiana State guys, but they're playing nobody. And
the only reason
I
didn't say that game is because it may not be the smoothest or the most fluent viewing experience.
Aesthetically pleasing is what we're going for. If I can get that.
Wait a minute. Who am I?
Hour 3.
Who was that to the other side of my screen here that we're?
He loves those kind of games.
Listen, I was just gonna say, for those who are not subscribed to that type of game, you may not find this one to be the easiest on the eyeballs, but I am signed up. Don't get me wrong.
Well, by the way, it's a great idea someone had in the chat. By the way, Zach's still here. I knew Zach would still be here. 3.5 hours in, he's still here. I had no doubt about that. War Equals 17 had a great idea. We're going to do a poll to see what fan base has the most fans in here. So if you're watching, you're in the chat, let us know who all is, who else here? Like, who are you supporting? Who's your team? Give us an emoji. Well, listen, don't you use some certain emojis, but, give us an emoji. Who are you supporting? Who's your team? We want to know because, again, there's still 2,000 of you watching this. Now, keep in mind, some of you, you're not all going to be able to chime in because quite a few of you are watching through Twitter /X. But we just want to know, who are you supporting? We're going to see who has the most fans in here. Who's the most dedicated? 3.5 hours into the SEC tip-off marathon here. How many people are still watching? So look at this. Look at the variety we have here. This is tremendous.
I know.
These are just flooding in now. Look at the variety of answers we have. So, Max, we can look. He's still here. Tony said he was leaving. Tony's like, I can't get away. He's still here. So we appreciate Tony. He had the $19.99 super chat earlier. You guys can still leave a super chat as well. We got a lot of Auburn fans in here. Not gonna lie, a lot of Auburn fans. They may be leading the way so far, but again, we love seeing you guys chime in. I know some people just they don't get in the chat a lot. They just like to sit back and watch, but that's great. We always like to kind of see who's out there, who's watching, and good stuff.
Oh,
so
we got some Sooners.
Greg's been weighing in. Yeah,
Greg.
Sorry, we've been seeing your comments, Greg. Sorry, it's not that we haven't been getting to them. We just have got all these interviews, and we appreciate you hopping in, Greg. We keep saying we're trying to get more Oklahoma fans in here. 13-0, right?
Yeah.
So bring them on in, Greg. So
we're here for the Sooners. We're here.
I have a question for both of you, and let me start by saying I was out a week visiting in-laws, needed to step away for the keyboard to do some of that. Come back, computer's on the fritz for half of yesterday, so I'm a little bit out of sync. But I do listen to what you guys have done when I'm not here. Is the storyline that we are not talking about enough the fact that Alabama's playing nowhere close to its ceiling? Because this was the number one team before the season. They were number one on our power rankings. You look at how much has gone wrong. This team has lost 2 games. You're looking at him, you're going, Sears has not played anywhere near the level he played at a year ago. Big Cliff has not given him what we thought. You've had the injuries. You've had throwing Houston Millette into the middle of it. Grant Nelson has been up and down. Like, you look at Alabama, and there's been some issues there that have left them below the level that I think we thought they'd be playing at. But between the fact that they got a lot of guys that have got a track record, and they've got one of the best coaches in the business, like we're talking about this as if it's I think we think Auburn is a team to beat, and it is. And I think we think Tennessee is right there with them. We're waiting to see what Florida does tomorrow. All that stuff, right? let's not forget who started the year number one, and the fact that I think there's a lot more there for them than they've gotten.
Well, I mean, I think Bryan brought some of that up in terms of one of the things he mentioned, and I again, this is all running together now. Like, we have done so much in the last 48 hours. I feel like we've talked about this somewhere else too, but I don't remember where, about how I just don't think there's any way Alabama's going to continue to shoot the percentage from three that they're shooting. Like, they're shooting 31.7%. That's 250th nationally. I think that's going to go up. And I know they lost a great shooter in Latrell Wrightsell for the season. But I'm just telling you, I think with their style of play, when you get into – think about what the strength is of some of these defensive teams in the SEC. A lot of physical big men in the paint where sometimes it may be a little difficult to continue that 63.1% 2-point percentage, right? So naturally, you're going to maybe take, you're going to have the games where Alabama takes 45 threes or something. It's going to happen. And I just think that percentage is going to go up. And so if that happens, I think that's just an obvious thing where they're just going to continue to be very dangerous as they've always been offensively. And then I think you look on the other side, right? Like defensively. I mean, they're still way better right now than they were a season ago when you just look at the numbers. And they still made that run, right? But it's just, I think it's something where they're not shooting the ball as well. So it's kind of that thing. They shot 37% last year, right? And they just could get hot at any time. I still think they can get hot at any time. But, I mean, this is something else, too, I think Christian brings up. The fact is, Alabama has one more loss than most SEC teams right now. They have two. Yeah. And it's like, is that really that big of a deal for a team that just played a top 10 strength of schedule? No. It's just how good the SEC has been that we're looking at this and thinking, all right, well, they've lost a couple games. They must be trailing behind everybody else. But I think that's the point, right, is that I still don't think they've reached the level that they're going to reach. I think they're going to get better and better. And when they do, and they get Chris Youngblood, fully back into the mix, so you just come in. So, yeah, I mean, I think they're going to be pretty good and be an SEC title contender.
I also think part of it is when we were saying, number one team in our preseason rankings coming in, and over the summer when we were very confident, if you had told us you're not going to have Latrell Wrightsell and Chris Youngblood isn't going to be 100% until probably somewhere like in February, I would immediately rescind my confidence on them being number one. And I mean, if you look at the analytics and they start the season fourth, you take out Wrightsell and Youngblood, and they're 10th right now. Think that's about right. Came a possession away from beating Oregon. You beat Houston on a neutral. You beat Illinois on a semi. I'll take it.
Let me throw another one at you guys. Let's go back to before the season started. What?
This is tremendous. So, Donovan with the AI-generated summary. Viewers are discussing their favorite snacks to eat in prison, while others are talking about their favorite college basketball teams. That's where we are 3.5 hours into the SEC basketball tip-off marathon. So,
and we have Sam Smith to thank for that.
Anyways, please continue, Chris.
All right, if I can get my train of thought back. Okay, if we wind back to where our heads were before the season, what are the things that have surprised you the most, good or bad?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. We thought Auburn would be good. Did I think they would be historically one of the best teams we've ever seen to this point? I can't say that. I'm just being honest with you. I thought they would be really good, but it's absurd what they're doing. I mean, again, it is one for the history books, just based on what they've done 13 games into the season. That's how good they've been. So, I mean, that's been, I think, a little surprising. Just, again, it's not that we didn't think they couldn't go to the Final Four, but, hey, I mean, that's another level right there. I mean, I think Florida beating teams the way they beaten them, I mean, again, we thought Florida would be good, but I also felt like we were kind of placing Florida in that range of teams of I don't know, anywhere from 4 to 7, maybe something like that, which they still could be, but I don't know if we thought, again, playing at a level like this. So that's another one. I mean, Oklahoma's the easy answer. Like, I mean, there's no way any of us thought Oklahoma would be 13-0, and I think that's why, like, you go to, what was it, ESPN's strength of record or whatever, and I think they're second or third, something like that. It's just because, however that formula is used, which I know Chris knows better than I do, but isn't it something like you're basically way outplaying what the projections would tell you that their record should be, like, and they're 13-0. So again, like, I honestly, that's what's interesting, right? You could go so many different directions just based on how good everybody's been. I don't know that anything has surprised me to the negative. I think everything that surprised me has been to the positive. Now, I think some people may say like Arkansas or something like that, but maybe a month ago, but not anymore. They're 11-2 and playing really well right now. So I can't say there's anything to the negative right now that I would say has surprised me, just because you can make a case on the positive side for literally every single team in some of these instances. So
I think mine is specifically the Auburn backcourt. I mean, you go back to the stuff we were doing a week before the season. We were talking about Zep Jasper and when he was reporting that they're going to try out Denver Jones at the point guard. And we were like, whoa, try it. Okay, so we thought it was going to be Pegues. They're going to try out Denver. They've got the freshman Tahad that we've been hearing out of practice. They like what they're seeing. We still don't really know. You don't have Jalen Williams anymore. Chaney, are we sure? He's not the backcourt, I know. But just specifically to that backcourt, we had a lot of questions coming in. And, I mean, they have just been outstanding. I mean, even we had some questions about the hype that Miles Kelly was receiving in the preseason, calling him Steph Curry and everything. We were like, he shot 32% last year. He's a career like 34, 35% three-point shooter. Miles Kelly comes in and he's shooting 40% right now on extremely high volume. It's just like that Auburn backcourt, every single piece of it, they have outperformed my expectations by sizable margin.
Auburn was the first one that came to mind when I asked the question. And it's because all the stuff you just said, like everything that Bruce Pearl is touching down there right now turns to gold. I mean, they get on a fight on a plane, have to turn around, then have to go back and play Houston, which nobody wants to play Houston anywhere, especially not in Houston. Especially not under those circumstances. They win the game. They have a freshman step up, have a big game. You mentioned Pegues. They didn't really need him. The two kids that get in the fight get, thrown in the storage for a while. I mean, it just has not mattered.
Yep.
Broom hurts his shoulder. You're going, oh, no. He ends up being fine. It's not that we didn't think Auburn was going to be good, but the level of dominance with all that on top of it has been it's floored me. Yeah. I think the other one, too, is Oklahoma for reasons. And I think we were just going, we're not really sure what they are. We don't have the familiarity with the Sooners year in and year out because they haven't been in the league. So,
yeah.
I agree. All right, couple
Good
things
question.
you guys brought up. By the way, Greg noted, too. Greg says he's mostly just a smartass. Well, Greg, you're going to fit in just fine here. So you'll be okay here at Southeastern 16. Gary's still waiting on us to say something positive about South Carolina. Come on, Gary. Come on, Gary. You know that we all picked against them tomorrow against Mississippi State, which means that's a positive for Father Lamont Paris and the Gamecocks. You heard Scott Padgett say some positive things earlier as well. So, so come on, Gary. Gary knows. Trust me.
He's got a point. They're on a 7-game heater. I don't think it's against South. I think it's just a fact there's so much to talk about. I was going to say we're not talking about Texas that much either. A team that we pegged as a preseason potential top 8 team. That's just the league. I mean, South Carolina's here with a first-round draft pick. The win at Clemson may have lost a little bit of luster, as Clemson hasn't looked maybe quite as good since. But I mean, it's been a little uneven for those guys. But they're in there too.
Clemson's going to win a lot of games in the ACC this year. I'll tell you that. Based on the conference, but all right. So Alex said, as long as Bruce does the interview with y'all with his shirt on, considers it a big win. Okay. Well, then that's my mission now, Alex, is to get Bruce to do the interview shirtless. But I don't think it's going to happen. I think he'll have the shirt on. But Bryce leaves a $4.99 super chat.
Hey.
Need to see State in the top 5 of the power rankings. Listen, I think Bryce is setting a great precedent here. If you just want us to rank your team higher, all you got to do is throw some cash our way. All right? You do that. Again, we always say we accept bribes here. If you want to bribe for the power rankings, send in as much money as you think it takes, and we'll let you know if we need more to send your team up the rankings. So, cash exchange for the power rankings, no doubt about it. So, all right, what else? Alex says he's unsubscribing after that comment, but here's an interesting one. I don't know if we can do this for every team, but Nathan says the most underappreciated player on each SEC team. Maybe we can, but how about we just give it like a little short list of underappreciated players? How about that? Unless somebody wants to run the gauntlet.
Completely random one. No one's going to see this one coming. You ready for this one? Corey Chest, LSU, stepping up big time with Jalen Reed out. Give me Corey Chest on the O boards all day and all night. Love his game.
Farrell Payne.
Ooh, nice.
Say I saw that one coming from you.
Nice. I did not expect that. Blake, throwing out there.
Underappreciated. I mean, I talked about it with Justin. I think Dylan Cardwell. I think Dylan Cardwell's still underappreciated, to be honest with you. I really do. Like, I think he is someone that, and it's again, Auburn fans don't underappreciate him. It's just, I think the overall nature of things. I think he's underappreciated.
No, so. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I will. Oh, Christian, got it. He's got to get his Mo D.
Yeah. Yeah. Here we go. We knew, of course, Hunter. You knew I was going to pick an Auburn player. Come on, you just checked into the stream. You knew it was going to pick an Auburn player. Yeah, Christian. I mean, no doubt. So, yeah.
Honestly,
Max
I'll go
Barr
with
likes Chest. Shocker.
Hey, if you're on the old glass, you're gonna get my attention. I'll go RJ Melendez. Okay, stepping up when Cam Matthews and Murphy aren't on the floor. RJ Melendez played a ton of basketball at Illinois, obviously in the SEC last year. Now he's stepping up big time, and in that kind of in between DJ Jeffries, Cam Matthews type of role, can knock down a few threes. Whenever we talk about State, we never mention Melendez, and he's just one of those guys that does a little bit of everything for them.
I'll give you two. Last I checked, Blake, tell me if I'm wrong, that the best offensive rating in the league, Devin McLaughlin at Vandy.
Oh.
Is he still there?
And no. Isn't it?
No.
You're talking about best offensive rating in the league? I think it's still Broom, isn't it? I could be wrong.
It may depend on your source. I'm looking at Sports Reference.
Okay.
And yeah, he's number one in Sports Reference.
Okay.
Yeah, he's
Oh, you said offensive rating. Sorry.
Broom's 9 over there. Offensive, right.
I was thinking player efficiency rating.
I give you 100 guesses. You won't guess who's number 2.
And offensive rating. Efficiency?
You get 100 guesses. You will not get this.
What is it? Because he never plays?
If you're saying that means it's somebody from South Carolina. And I don't mean that in a derogatory way towards South Carolina. But if you're saying we'll never guess it, I'm going to assume it's somebody from South Carolina.
I'll go. I'm trying to find someone. Cam Carter.
Nope.
I'm trying to think of someone random. Maybe it's someone that just gets like a ton of offensive. Andy Garcia.
No.
Somebody from South Carolina. Like, it's got to be. Am I wrong on that, or am I right?
I'm not telling.
Well, then that tells me that I'm right. So let me find somebody then.
It's got to be Pringle. It's got to be Pringle.
Nick Pringle? Is it Nick Pringle?
Wow.
Well, I think about just the shots that he's taking. And so if you look at it
guys
from an
are good.
offensive,
You guys are good.
Well, because he's got to have a lot of offensive rebounds and just a lot of dunks and stuff.
Yep.
The other one, and
Was
we
Pringle.
mentioned him earlier.
Oh, Christian said it. Christian
was,
said Nick Pringle.
Yeah. Yeah, I would have never guessed it. Though Will Richard also perennially on our list of underrated players, but we did talk about him earlier in the night.
Yeah. I got one more for you guys. Dakota LaFew. He has quietly been a flamethrower for Georgia. He's got the most threes on that team by double Blue Cane. Well, 2 under double, but it goes with my narrative. LaFew has been an outstanding perimeter threat, if you want to call it that.
Well,
does Anthony Robinson qualify as underrated anymore?
I don't think so. I think he's
not
already.
To us.
No, I wouldn't call him underrated. He may be to SEC fans who've not watched a lot of Missouri, but I think to us, we pretty much established that he's a dude at this point.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Gator Mania.
Look at this. Big Gator EJ checking in. You're late to the stream here, EJ. I know people got stuff to do on a Friday night. I get it, but we appreciate you, EJ. Go back and watch the replay. Talk to Neil Blackmon, Florida Basketball Hour. You can check out a great segment with him on that. But all right, what else we got here? By the way, Donovan wants to know, is this going to be a 24-hour stream? No, it's not. In all honesty, we're probably going to wrap up the stream here in just a few. We still have 2,000 people watching this thing, which is just remarkable. But in order, knowing that we have to do multiple reaction things tomorrow, and if I'm going to have the voice to do it, I think we're probably going to.
I can tell it's going. I can tell it's going.
How many interviews have we done the past 2 days? How many reaction shows have we done? Like, it's catching up with me. So I want to make sure that we give you guys good stuff tomorrow too. And I feel like we've given you, well, I'm not going to say we've given you 3 hours and 40 minutes of good stuff tonight, but we've given you good stuff. It's, a good portion of this time here. But there you go. Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot EJ's in San Diego. So he's ready for 4 more hours of this tonight. So we may just give the microphone to EJ and just let him do his thing. So anyways.
You guys, we don't have to spend much time on this. This is this quick, fun one. Best name in the SEC. One that comes to mind right away. The law firm Benjamin Bozeman's for Donk.
Yes, that's it.
Gary was waiting
right away. Had to get that in there.
LeBaron Philon. I don't know why. I love that name.
Ooh,
I just think that's tremendous. You're welcome.
Who was the
Alabama
NFL
fans.
player that used to be the law firm?
Ben Jarvis Green Ellis.
Ben Jarvis
Yeah,
Green
Ben
Ellis.
Jarvis Green Ellis. Yeah. Trying to think
Gotta
who
love
else. Who else? What's another great name guy?
Zakai Ziegler.
Yeah. I mean, it's
You don't
great.
give
Don't
me
get me wrong.
double Z's.
Yeah.
How about
Corey
Samto
Chest.
Chukwu? Oh,
Boogie Fland.
I'm
I
here
do
for
like
Corey
Boogie.
Chest.
I do like Boogie. So,
What about Samto
right.
Chukwu Cyril?
Jeremiah Fears.
that's good. I think Fierce is a good one for a guy who's just going to
Yeah.
come out and just take it to the other teams, right? So,
Yeah,
I
I do like that one.
All right, let's see what else we got.
Tommy
here.
Hawk.
People are trying to keep us on. They're trying to keep us on. We're adding people as I say. Hey, we might have to wrap up. More people are jumping in. They're like, wait a second. Maybe we do have a nice West Coast present. Maybe everyone out there. Maybe they're having a watch party with EJ right now, with Big Gator EJ out in San Diego. Wouldn't be shocked. Zach wants to know how many likes to keep it going for 2 more hours. 1,000. 1,000 likes, and we'll keep
My
this going
camera
for 2 more hours.
battery may not go for 10 more
I know.
minutes.
Mine's about to drop to 10%.
Yeah, you're in that
but
boat
it's
too,
okay.
aren't you?
It's
Mine
okay.
already has. Yeah.
We're going to run this thing dry. All right? Tony, we appreciate you tonight as well. Look at this. Another regular jumping in to support the Vols.
There we go.
There you go.
Late as well. Come on, everybody. Timely fashion here. It's not like it's a Friday night or anything, right? And people have other things to do on the weekend. Donovan, 99-cent super chat. Hunter Johnson also joined the It Just Means More tier, which I'm pretty sure he should have done months ago, but that's okay. We won't blame him for that. What else we got, Max?
Blake, before we get to, we have a super chat we got to get to, but before we do, just like on the way out, like I know we already mentioned it, but even my head is just mangled right now. Tentative plan for tomorrow. We got 10 a.m. hoops. It's a wild day. What can the people expect? Because I don't even know what to expect right now.
All right. So here's the plan for tomorrow. Try to get this out. I'm not getting choked. Actually, I'm getting choked up thinking about SEC basketball starting in less than 12 hours right now. 10 a.m. Central tomorrow at Rupp Arena. That's the first game. Let's get it going. I'm getting a little fired up again. Let's go. The plan for tomorrow is that I think at the moment we're going to 100% certainty is the plan. We're going to do something after Florida, Kentucky, because that's a big game right off the bat. We're going to give you a little reaction to that tomorrow because it's an early start. That helps, right? So noonish Central tomorrow, we're probably going to be the first thing of the day. Well, knowing that, Tennessee and Arkansas are going to – when do they play? They start at 1 Central tomorrow or 1 Eastern?
1 Eastern.
So they're going to start as that game finishes. So – listen, I'm just going to tell you, we're going live multiple times tomorrow. I can't tell you the exact times. That's the best way to put it, but we're going live multiple times tomorrow. That's the best way I can tell you. But I do think no matter how many times we go live during the day tomorrow to kind of give you a little quick thoughts, reaction on the games, tomorrow night will kind of be like the full wrap-up of the day. We'll hit on things we touched on earlier and some of the other reaction things, but like it'll be more of a, hey, here's the open floor. You guys come in, talk about whatever you want to from the day, that kind of stuff. So that's the plan for tomorrow. So turn on your notifications. That way you know when we're going live. So, yeah.
We had a nice $10 super chat. Wowza. Donation bribe for a Blake fueled by Mountain Dew Sanders Logistics ad read.
Right.
The grind starts tomorrow.
You guys want me to just chug a Mountain Dew right now? Is that what you want? And we do Sanders Logistics again? Because if you think about it, some people haven't heard Sanders Logistics. We did it about 2.5 hours in. We're 3:45 in now. There are some people who have not got to experience the goodness that is Sanders Logistics. But we'll see. We'll see in the next couple of minutes if I decide to give you another rendition. But
you know what else we got going at noon tomorrow? Lee 10U.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, boy.
I got suckered into coaching, so.
Leave your thoughts in the super
big
chat.
Auburn fan, by the way.
Leave your thoughts in the comments. Is Chris's team going to win its game tomorrow? Who wins by more points tomorrow? Chris's team or Auburn or Missouri, if you're picking Missouri in that one? Share your thoughts. All right, let's find some other chats here on the way out. Yeah, everyone hit the like button. We appreciate that. Let's see. There was a couple other things here. Appreciate the shout out from William. Oh, whoops.
Oh, that was bad timing.
Let me just grab this one real quick. Shout out to William. Yes, hey, we wanted to do this. We knew it'd be a lot of fun for you guys. And hey, best podcast ever. I don't know about that, William, but we try. We try to give you the best that we can here. So let's see what else we've got here. I'm just have to laugh at Mother Carol. It's like she's like her brain's fried. Welcome to the club here, Mother Carol here. What else do we have here? So Hunter's comment, and we want to get to Max.
I love this one. Which double-digit spread tomorrow has the biggest chance of being an upset? So those would be Missouri, Arkansas, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Arkansas, I already said, right? I think that is it.
There's 4 of them.
Well, I mean, if we're going by just like the numbers, I would say that Arkansas is ranked, right? Oklahoma's ranked, Arkansas's ranked. So it's like I feel like you're probably picking from one of those just because those are two ranked teams. Now, again, what does that really mean? Like Missouri's getting votes and that kind of stuff, but there's something about this Alabama-Oklahoma game I just find interesting. I know Alabama fans. Hunter just joined. It just means more tier. Christian's still in the chat. They're going to love this answer. But Oklahoma's 13-0, right? And so I'm just saying, let's say Alabama comes out, poor shooting night, whatever. Stranger things have happened to lose to a 13-0 team to start conference play. So, I mean, Jeremiah Fears, maybe he just has a huge game, but I think Tennessee is so tough defensively for Arkansas in this game. I don't love that at all. So I would probably go Oklahoma. If I'm forced to pick one here, I would go Oklahoma. I don't think that's not my pick, but in terms of I think Alabama's winning the game, but I would go with the team that's ranked the highest, which is Oklahoma.
If Janelle Davis's wrists were better, I'd feel a little better about Arkansas. But I mean, you've got 3 unbeaten teams left in the country. One of them is a 12.5-point underdog. That's this league. It's also Oklahoma's first road game, so there's that too. But
I would normally, just based on last year's PTSD of picking against Lamont Paris and just getting humiliated, I would normally pick South Carolina to just bank on them to be that thorn in the side as a road dog. But Colin Murray-Moyles is going to be matched up against Cam Matthews, so I don't think so. But I mean, every time I didn't think so last year, Lamont Paris would go in there and win and make me look like an idiot. So I really?
Yeah. I mean, you make a good point. What did South Carolina do last year? They uglied up games and beat people
every time. Yeah, every time. So,
I mean, I like this Mississippi State team right now.
I do too.
But listen, I would be shocked if it doesn't happen tomorrow. If one of these teams don't go on the road and get a big win, because this is what we're like. This is the setup here, and so it's the league as good as it's been maybe ever. And if one of these teams rise to the occasion tomorrow and just goes in and gets a huge road win, not going to surprise me. So
odds that one double-digit dog gets a win tomorrow. There's 4 of them.
Ooh.
I still think
50-50?
Nah, that's too high, I think.
Okay.
For double-digit.
I feel like we did that a few times last year, that we just kind of dismissed a few of those, and then we went on a live stream or a reaction is like, oh, here we go.
I think it's possible. And again, I think there may be one of them, but I think 50-50 is too high. I don't know that I would give that high of a percentage.
Probably.
Just my opinion. But
it would definitely be plus odds, I think.
Maybe 1 in 3
about it. Because if you're thinking about it mathematically, it's basically just the opposite of parlaying all the favorites. And so they're all going to be minus 1,000, so
yeah.
I bet it would still be something I don't know, maybe somewhere around plus 200, plus 250.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. That's fair. Okay. So we're going to do a couple more things, and then I have something. I have something that I think you guys will enjoy on the way out here. Quinn leaves a $4.99 super chat. If Auburn wins by 30 tomorrow, would that surprise y'all? I'm going to say no, and it's not because I think Missouri's bad. It's because I think that anybody who walks into that gym and gets beat by 30 could be a really, really good team. And that could still happen with the way Auburn's playing right now. So would I be stunned? No. And also, we have to also bring on the data. Auburn has taken it to Missouri the last 2 years. They have won big the last 2 seasons. Now, last year it makes sense, right? But the year before, Missouri really, really good. And I think again, Max, we talked about this sometime this week. I don't remember when, but it may have been that game for the preview. Auburn won 89-56 that season on Valentine's Day, and that was when Missouri at the time was, let me see here. Missouri was 19-6 heading into that game, and Auburn won by 30. So would not be shocked, but I think it says more about Auburn than it does Missouri, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think the only thing that's keeping me from fully going into that is just the way Missouri will inevitably get to the free throw line, and they'll just get there somehow. They'll find a way to get there. But I mean, that's the only place. I was talking with Ike Jones. It's the only place that can just completely drain the confidence of an opponent within the first 5 minutes of the game. And if Missouri's not hitting their shots, we got to pay attention to that Caleb Grill status, questionable on the first availability report. So, I mean, if Grill's not able to go, 30 wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yep. All right. So I'm going to pull up this comment quickly from Dustin. He's probably not going to see this until like an hour later. But I'm going to just bring this up, Dustin, because you did mention it. Like we said, we were going to try to get as many people as we could on this, but it also came down to like a timing thing. And so, we always bring on Drew King. We talk to the guys over at Rock M Nation. Like we always do our best here, but for a Friday night live stream, like we kind of just were not able to get everyone. If we would have done that, this thing actually may have gone until the start of Kentucky, Florida tomorrow at 10 a.m. So keep that in mind. We did our best here to try to give you a mixture of different things. So anyways, all right. So here's what we're going to do on the way out. And by the way, Tony said that he has left a message with Caroline.Smith at Southeastern14.com. You guys can do that as well. If you want to sponsor the show, you can do that. We're always looking for sponsors. And speaking of sponsors, okay, on the way out, here's what I'm going to do, all right?
Yep.
I'm going to throw you a little bit of a curveball here on the way out.
Yep.
So I know you guys, I'm going to give you two options here, and I know Chris's battery on his phone's about to die. So if Chris goes out, hey, we'll see him tomorrow. But I'm going to give you the option. You can have a Sanders Logistics read on the way out here, or you can suggest the product or company of your choice in the comments, and I will, on the fly, come up with a quick ad read for them on the fly. All right? So you have two options here. You can vote Sanders Logistics. We always want to hear about Sanders Logistics. But I can also, on the fly, we'll pick one from the comments, and I'll just randomly just start reeling off something about whatever this is. Okay? You got to keep it PG. People are checking in saying, are you guys still going? Yes, we are. It's a marathon, not a sprint. I knew some of these. We're going to see some of these responses. It's going to be tremendous.
Yep.
So, yeah, Christian, give us an apparel sponsor. Come on, what are you doing, man?
Yeah.
So, all right, Sam wants a honey bun ad read. Tony wants a Chad L. McCluskey's eating a cooler. Now, Tony may have the winner. We're going to see what else comes in here.
I think that's a winner.
Morgan and Morgan. I don't know if I can do those right now, but that's an interesting thought. Costco box wine is the suggestion from Sam Smith. Sam also says he wants a read for the Seattle Metro Jail, which I don't.
That might be a conflict of interest.
Yeah,
that might be a conflict.
I'd give you like
interest.
a Better Call Saul type scenario on that one.
It's a little dark.
Oh boy. Yeah, this is pretty good. So, okay, well, you guys are still weighing in. I'm going to give you a couple more seconds.
I feel like Donovan needs to weigh in here.
The Jan's Dentist Group. How about that? We should have did that earlier when we were talking to Scott Padgett. But and Vandy 24/7. I'm not going to do that, Sam. They got their own pub over there. They don't need this. Manscaped. I knew someone would suggest Manscaped. I'm not gonna do that. Although I could
that one for a while.
I could. I say we did have that one. I've done that on multiple podcasts throughout my career. So, all right. I'm going to keep looking at this and see what I can come up with. But which one do we think's the winner? I'm going to let the people
I think
vote
the
here.
heating and air, given your situation, has to be the winner.
All right, that's fair. All right.
McCluskey's. The people want it.
Okay. Let's pull it up again. What was it?
Chad L. McCluskey.
All right. So
Historic.
here we go. This is on the fly. We're just doing this. Okay. Here we go. So, guys, I'll tell you, it's a little cold these days. It's a a little chilly in the Lovell garage, but things are starting to heat up in SEC basketball. We got conference play starting tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central. All right? 10 a.m. Central Time. Rupp Arena is where things are tipping off. It's going to be hot in there. Real hot in Rupp Arena. But if they want some AC in Rupp Arena, if I want some heat in the Lovell garage, I know who to call. You know who that is? Max,
Phone's
you know
ringing.
who it is?
Phone's ringing. Who's picking up?
CLM. Chad L. McCluskey. One of the greatest people I've ever known in the history of mankind. They say it in the history books that there is no one out there better than Chad L. McCluskey. You know why? Because Chad will heat you up and he will cool your ass down. All right? That's what Chad L. McCluskey will do for you, because that man...
There it is.
We might need
We're
to
officially
I'm not going to make it through. But you know what? I would.
Midnight.
And the reason I'm not going to make it through is because it's so cold out here. But I would if I just went to my friend Chad L. McCluskey, because he's got exactly what you need to cool your ass down. Anytime you need it, call Chad L. McCluskey, heating and cooling. Tremendous young man is Chad. I think he's only 18, by the way. I think Chad is 18 years old. He started his own heating and cooling company out of his parents' basement, and he is out there heating buns across the world. If you think Sanders Logistics goes above and beyond, Chad L. will literally go anywhere on earth to heat and cool. That's all I got. That's it. 4 hours.
It is.
Oh.
It is midnight Eastern.
Max
We
wants
just
to go
hit
to
the
bed.
We have hit
I don't know
the
what we were talking
4 hour
about.
mark.
So
Some made-up guy heating and cooling people off.
So I
Oh,
looked up Chad McCluskey on the internet.
Oh, no.
And we've got
Don't tell me.
we've got this. Maybe this is very fitting. He's the chief of police
Oh,
from Milwaukee, whatever state. I don't see his state.
well, don't tell Chad that we
Iowa.
talked about his
Iowa. That's
heating
close
and cooling
enough.
company.
I thought this whole time this was a real company.
So did I for a second, but then I realized it wasn't.
Oh,
We've got Chad McCluskey. He's quarterback at Temple, or was. And then we got Chad McCluskey, chief technology officer.
Oh, he's up to
Somewhere.
some heating and cooling. I
I
guarantee you.
think the chief of police is the one that's.
it was made up. Well,
I can't think
That's
to
too
a
bad.
better end to this SEC basketball tip-off marathon than talking about Chad L. McCluskey, to be honest with you. He won't be stepping on the court tomorrow at any arena in SEC land, but there are a lot of great basketball players that will be. A lot of great coaches, a lot of great players, a lot of great referees. It's going to be fantastic. Enjoy it.
are we wrapping up?
This may be it.
I think my camera's
Like,
going
this
to
may
wrap
be it
up.
for the channel, to be honest. This may just be it. Like, we may just be like, we can do no better than this. So, all right, you guys on the way out, if you're still watching, the numbers are going up as we finish up here at midnight Eastern. By the way, I just think that's absurd. We're almost at 2,200 people. If you're in the chat, you've been in here for a while, you're watching, let us know on the way out. Give us the thumbs up. Any words you want to leave on the way out here, we'll throw them on the screen. I did that for a reason, Big Baller Brett. The referees, don't worry. I knew you guys would catch on. So, Sam, Caroline is not going to email you back. That I can guarantee you. She'll email Tony back. She's not going to email you back. But anyways, Deacon says we peaked too early. We probably did. Like, come on. But
There's no control
right.
on this train once it leaves the station. This thing
We're
just
outta here.
goes.
4 hours.
Wrap her up.
Good night,
Oh,
Chad L.
man.
McCluskey.
I'm still laughing. All right. Thank you for watching. What, Blake? I don't know what we thought we'd get tonight. I don't think we thought we'd have 2,100 people and change watching 4 hours in at 11 Central. That's what we've
the
got.
power of the
Thank
people.
you.
Yep.
Hey, this has been so much fun. We're just getting started. Join us for whatever's next whenever we do it tomorrow.
Hey, let me say this real quick too, by the way. Let me say this. You guys better
your
not leave
tagline made
when
me
you're
a little nervous.
Hey, when your
be
team
honest.
starts losing games, guess what? There's going to be 8 SEC teams who lose games tomorrow. You better not start checking out on us, okay? Just because your team starts losing, don't run away.
Yeah.
You got to support the team, okay? You got to stay here the entire season. Don't you run away if your team starts losing games. All right, finish it up.
There we go.
All right. For Max Barr, Blake Lovell, I'm Chris Lee. You've been watching Southeastern 16 presented by BetOnline.
And Chad McCluskey.
Thanks for and Chad McCluskey. He's not suing us this time tomorrow. All right. Thanks for watching. God bless you. Have a great weekend. May your team win. We'll see you tomorrow.
All mentions of Chad McCluskey are fictional and are not actual
Yes,
representatives of Chad L. McCluskey.
Yes. Over and out.